All right, good morning, everybody. Yep, I'm still talking about this topic. And the reason why I'm talking about this topic is because there has been some robust debate that I've had with a lot of people here. And again, I'm not here to discredit anyone who disagrees with me. I'm not here to disparage anybody that disagrees with me. Um, I'm not directly trying to change your mind if you are on the opposite side of my opinion. But what I am here to do is be objective and show why I believe my argument has some credibility to it and why there's strength behind my argument. And I just think that I have some good points to make uh, on behalf of Terrence Crawford's side, right? Because I'm trying to be objective and I'm being empathetic to both sides. And I'm saying to myself, if I'm Terrence Crawford, which I am not. I'm a white man. I mean, I don't have any idea how it feels to be a black person. So when someone makes racially insensitive comments and a non-black person dismisses that as that person just being an asshole, right? And saying, well, okay, he may have made racially insensitive comments. He may have made ignorant comments, but that's just that person being an asshole. But here's the problem. If you're not black, then you're not going to feel the same way when you hear those comments as a black person would. So being making racially insensitive comments, whether it be through ignorance or not, it's still going to have an impact on a black person. So Terrence Crawford, being a black individual, is going to feel a different way than a non-black individual when he hears Bob Arum make these statements. And then I'm hearing, well, these were statements that were made in the past, right? They have nothing to do with this Terrence Crawford case, right? That's what I'm hearing, right? He never said anything racial when it came to Terrence Crawford, right? But what a person says and does determines a behavioral pattern of that person. And the behavior of a person is a direct representation of that person's character. So you're going to be judged upon what you do and say in this world. And if you say something and you have a pattern of saying uh, certain things, then people are going to go back to those things that you've said and they're going to question you on those things you said. They're going to judge you on those things you said. We've seen it time and time again. And by these things being brought up, I'm hearing people saying, well, this isn't going to matter because it has nothing to do with Terrence Crawford. But that would be the equivalent of saying during the OJ case, when they brought up the recordings of Mark Furman using the N word and bragging about beating up African Americans that he pulled over and stopped, right? He never called OJ the N word. He never beat up OJ, right? But that shows a pattern of behavior. That shows the character of the person. And to think that that behavior and that character of Mark Furman had no impact on how he handled this OJ case, right? I think that's very naive because he was accused, and I think it was proven that he planted evidence in that case, right? There was a lot of proof that was brought up, right? A lot of evidence that was brought up, I should say. Excuse me. There's a lot of evidence that was brought up that he planted a lot of things at the scene of the crime, right? And why would he do that? There's no there's no evidence of him planting planting evidence at the scene of white crimes. We've never heard him brag about beating up white people, right? So that definitely shows that he could have had a racial bias against O.J. Simpson because of his past behavior, and that's going to be brought up in court, which is always brought up in court. Yes, I will use that as an example. I will use that as an example because again, you're not black, so you're going to have a different opinion on this because you're going to be racially insensitive to Terrence Crawford's claims because you're not black. So to sit there and say that Mark Fuhrman's past behavior had no impact on how he handled the OJ case is a very good example because people are trying to say Bob Arum's past behavior has no impact on how he dealt with Terrence Crawford. And I think that's, in my opinion, very valid in this case because if you have a pattern of behavior and you've said things in the past, then that shows your beliefs as a person. That shows your character as a person. If you have shown to be racially insensitive to black people in the past, then why would you not show it moving forward if there's a pattern of behavior? Why would that not be brought up? Because you basically went on a smear campaign on this man when you knew his contract was coming to an end and you suspected that he wasn't going to re-sign with you, right? Did the same thing to Guillermo Rigondeaux, and you did the same thing to Floyd Mayweather. You smeared all three of these individuals, and the one common denominator is they're all black. Now, you can bring up the Mikey Garcia thing, right? Mikey Garcia is not black. He had a problem with Bob Arum. That's correct. That's correct, right? But while Mikey Garcia was under contract, he never went on a smear campaign, never said Mikey Garcia was boring, never said Mikey Garcia can't sell tickets, never said Mikey Garcia shoots up cars, never, he never really made defaming, disparaging comments about Mikey Garcia. And he only went public criticizing Mikey Garcia when Mikey Garcia sued him, right? Bob Arum made disparaging comments and smeared Guillermo Rigondeaux, Floyd Mayweather, and Terrence Crawford while they were under contract before they even had any issues, before any lawsuits were filed, right? So don't tell me I can't use that example because you don't want me to use that example because it's a prime example. Whenever you watch a court case, you have what's called character witnesses, right? It's called a character witness. So a person's character is relevant in a case because it shows a pattern of behavior, and a pattern of behavior determines that person's character has a strong impact on that person's character. And a person's character also has a direct impact on that person's decision making. Not only how they deal with their personal relationships, but how they would deal with their business relationships. So by Bob Arum making these racially insensitive comments in the past, that is a pattern of behavior. And that shows the person's character. And a person's character is going to be questioned when he makes bad, questionable decisions. So if a person has a questionable character or is deemed to have bad character, right? That's going to be brought up and mentioned when he does something that is looked upon as being questionable or bad, right? So to sit there and say that his comments and his past has nothing to do with this case is wrong. I think it's an incorrect statement because, again, Mark Fuhrman never beat up OJ, never called OJ the N-word, right? But there's strong proof that he planted evidence at that crime scene, right? Now you could say, why did he do that? Did he have a bias against black people? Well, his past behavior has shown that. And Bob's past behavior of racial insensitive comments towards black fighters, I think, is relevant in this case because there's a pattern of behavior. Yes, it is a good example, Mike, from Boston. It's you don't want it to be a good example because you don't understand. You're not black, Mike. You're not a black man, so you don't know how it feels when those things are said. So you're not going to have the same type of reaction that a black person would have. So right now, you're being racially insensitive. You can't tell a black person how to feel when there's racially insensitive comments made. A white person is not going to feel the same way. A non-black person is not going to feel the same way. What evidence am I talking about? Again, have you been listening? Have you been listening? When Mark Furman was on tape using the N-word and bragging about beating up African Americans that he stopped and detained, that shows a racial bias. And to think that that will not have an impact on his behavior and decision making moving forward, I think is quite naive. And I think the same could be said about Bob Arum. Can it be proven? There is reasonable doubt. It is hard to prove, but to sit there and dismiss it 100%, I think is wrong. Yes. Again, if you haven't, we're not going to relive the OJ case. If you, you're defending Mark Furman now. This is outrageous that we have a guy who's a clear racist in Mark Furman being defended here in the chat. I can't go back and forth with you, man. I can't go back and forth with you if you don't believe that Mark Furman's past had any impact on how he handled the OJ case, then we can't have this discussion, man. The guy was on tape using the N-word, bragging about beating up African Americans, and he was accused of planting evidence at the scene. And if you follow the trial, right, there's a strong case that he did plant evidence. And his testimony, as soon as they played that tape with him using the N-word, bragging about beating up black individuals that he stopped and detained, right? Even Marsha Clark, the prosecutor, said right then and there, my heart dropped. I knew that we were in trouble. So no one said, oh, well, he never called OJ the N-word. He never beat up OJ. So what does that have to do with this case? Shows a pattern of behavior. Shows the pattern of behavior shows the character of the person. The character of the person has a direct impact on how they handle situations, how they make decisions. So at the very least, in my opinion, Bob Arum is racially insensitive towards black fighters because he's never smeared a non-black fighter the way he's smeared black fighters. And then you could say, well, you're only giving me 3 examples. Okay. There was only one Mark Furman tape, right? But that was enough to prove the racial bias of Mark Furman. That was enough evidence. I have 3 examples, but I can't find one example of him doing it to a non-black fighter. So again, we're in a different time here, right? We're in a different time. We're in 2022, right? We're not in 1990 anymore, right? Race right now is a hot button issue, more so now than it's ever been. More so than it's ever been. So to just dismiss this, right, and say that this is a non-issue in this case, I disagree. I just disagree. I, I've obtained a copy of this contract, right? And let's read some of the statements, right? And we're going to read some of the key points to this contract. So in 1979, while the whole apartheid issues were going on in South Africa, Arum arrogantly stated, I made more money from the concessions on one fight in 1979 in South Africa than I do from a whole promotion in the US, right? And this was a time when Arthur Ashe spoke out about South Africa. Larry Holmes refused to fight in South Africa. Other fighters and other athletes refused to do any type of events over in South Africa. But Bob Arum was I believe the one of the few, or if only, person that actually went to South Africa during this time, right? So that's kind of a racially insensitive thing to say. Oh, well, that what does that matter? Again, shows a pattern of behavior, shows a lack of understanding of you know, black issues, right? Shows racial insensitivity. And if you want to dismiss that as someone being an asshole, then that's fine. But you're not black, so you can't tell a black person how to feel after reading and hearing those comments. And here's another racially insensitive thing he said, right? I could care less whether the Pop Huasana is an independent nation or not, right? If the fight is bad, people won't tune in. If it's good, they will. I prefer to let the United Nations fool around and determine whether these people are puppets or not, right? And as long as I can do business and put on a fight, politics, frankly, bores me. So the fact that people are being condemned, right? You know, they're being mistreated, they're being abused, right? They're being treated in a horrible way, an unethical way over there. People are dying. People are in the streets getting killed. As long as I can do business and make money, I don't care. Once again, that's racially insensitive to people of Black African descent. He's never made comments like that inflammatory towards a non-Black fighter. Then he also went on to say, Robert E. Lee, the former president of the IBF, once told me, we will let the Blacks and Latinos fight in the ring and we will count the money on the outside. Once again, another racially insensitive comment. Boxing world champion Julio Cesar Chavez called Arum a liar and a racist. Boxing world champions Floyd Mayweather said Arum is biased against Black fighters and that Arum favors Latino fighters over Black fighters because of their drawing power. He tried to instill in our minds that Blacks can't sell or sell out arenas, right? Arum responded that boxing is the least racist sport we have. Yet Arum commented later that his white fighter, Kelly Pavlik, could not get a fight on HBO or Showtime because Pavlik is white. Arum stated that there is a perception that if you're a white guy, you can't fight. Ross Greenberg responded to that, who was the president of HBO Sports at the time. And before I mention that one, I forgot to read this part of it. He said, it's much tougher for a white guy to break through than if Kelly was a different race. So he's basically saying that, you know, Kelly, because Kelly's white, he's being mistreated, right? So he's showing some empathy towards Kelly Pavlik, but no empathy towards Black fighters, right? So when Kelly Pavlik can't get the fights, it's because he's white. But when a Black fighter can't get the fights, it's because he's boring. It's because he has a bad personality, right? So Kelly Pavlik was defended when he couldn't get fights and he was having a hard time breaking through because he was white, right? So then Ross Greenberg responds to that and said, it's disgraceful and undignified remark by a disturbed man. Oh, but this guy is just an asshole, right? He's an old guy. He's out of touch. It's fine. That's fine. And then the comment about Heyman, he's going to say, Spence, listen to me. Don't listen to the white guys, because if you listen to the white guys, they're going to steer you down the road. Listen to me, brother. We're part of a brotherhood. And if I tell you not to fight Crawford, I'm telling you not to fight Crawford. That's exactly what he's going to say. Arum went on to say that mixed martial artists, the guys rolling around like homosexuals, and the fans are a bunch of skinhead white guys, right? So there's a pattern. And he went on to call Larry Holmes a soft fighter who was focused on money. But, he's calling black fighters boring, calling them soft, saying they only care about money. But what about when non-black fighters care about money? What about when non-black fighters aren't the most exciting fighters in the world? He never called Mikey Garcia a boring fighter. Mikey Garcia was a safety first counterpuncher, right? Then he goes on to say Mayweather shoots up cars and is not an entertaining fighter and is a defensive, scared fighter. Why is it when a black fighter is defensive, he's boring and he's scared and he's unentertaining? I never heard anyone call Willie Pep boring and unentertaining, right? I never heard anyone call Mikey Garcia boring and non-entertaining, right? I've never heard these things being said about non-black fighters. And if you can show me examples when they were, I'm glad. I'll gladly concede my point, right? Definitely. And Arum clearly allows this is also in the suit. Arum clearly allows his revolting racial bias to impact the fighters he's obliged to promote. Recently, top-ranked boxer and two-weight class world championship Shakur Stevenson, a black man, noted that Arum does not promote or support black fighters as well as he does other races. Instead, Arum often blames the black boxer by claiming the boxer cannot sell tickets, right? While most businesses have become sensitive to issues of race and social justice, Top Rank is not. Shockingly, at a time when most businesses took steps to honor black lives in the wake of George Floyd murder, Top Rank actually refused to place the Black Lives Matter symbol on the mats of its boxing rings, right? Then this whole situation with Dillian Whyte, it says here, WBC interim heavyweight champion Dillian Whyte, a black man, was called greedy for requesting what he believes to be a fair dollar amount to fight WBC lineal heavyweight champion and Ring Magazine heavyweight champion Tyson Fury, a white man. Top Rank and Arum are reported openly considering promoting a match between Fury and either Andy Ruiz, an American boxer of Mexican heritage, or a Finnish boxer, Robert Helenius. So once again, Dillian Whyte, a black man of African descent, is called greedy for asking for more money, but Mikey Garcia was not called greedy when he asked for more money, and there's no examples of a non-black fighter being called greedy when asking for more money. And there's been numerous cases in the history of the sport where not just black fighters ask for more money, but many fighters of different ethnic backgrounds and descents ask for more money. But why is the black man greedy? So there is a pattern of behavior here. And to sit there and dismiss this pattern of behavior and to sit there and dismiss these racially insensitive comments of a man just being old and out of touch and being racially insensitive, and he's from a different time, so it's okay that he says that. Again, for me to just honestly sit here and objectively say that I don't suspect Bob Arum of being racially insensitive and being racially biased, whether it's a conscious or subconscious or unconscious bias, whatever the case may be, whether it's of malicious intent or not, the history and the behavior shows me proof that it could exist. It could be there, right? And it may be hard to prove, but there's a lot of other components in this case, right? Terrence Crawford was told that he would be getting a $900,000 bonus here. So let's look at some of these other issues here in this case that I think Crawford has a strong chance of winning. I think Crawford is going to win this case. Is he going to win every piece of this case? No. He's asking for $10 million. Will he get $10 million? Maybe not. But I don't think Bob Arum is going to walk away from this unscathed, right? There was 1 year where Crawford was promised 2 fights. He only got 1. Crawford's average salary was $4.5 million for his fights, right? He could get that because he was promised that second fight and he never got it. He was told that if he signed the Kavaluskas fight, that they would get him the Spence fight. And he was told that if Spence was healthy and ready to fight, and he was ready and able and willing to fight, that he would get a $900,000 bonus, right? So he's suing for that. So there is breach here, right? So there is breach there. If he was promised certain things and Bob Arum did not deliver, then he has a case. I just don't think this is simple and cut and dry as people think, that Bob Arum is just going to hit a home run here and he's going to be free and clear of everything that's being alleged here. And he's not going to, and listen to some of these comments. These are inflammatory, right? These are inflammatory comments. These are comments that are equivalent of a really strong smear campaign. He said, I won't lose any money. I won't lose any more money on Terrence Crawford. Okay, that's fine. But you've never said, I won't lose any more money on Tyson Fury when Tyson Fury was losing money. During that whole pandemic, when there was no live audience, Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez fought without a live crowd. And they both complained that they wanted more money. You never called them greedy, right? I correct myself. I don't believe Lomachenko complained about wanting more money. Teofimo Lopez wanted more money. You never called him greedy, right? You never called him greedy. So you ended up giving both fighters more money than they originally wanted. How did you come up with that money if there was no live crowd? So I suspect that you lost money on that event. I suspect that you lost money on a lot of fights during the pandemic, but you never called out a specific fighter and complained about a specific fighter. You only complained about Terrence Crawford when his contract was coming to an end, and you felt that he wasn't going to re-sign with you. So you defamed him, you smeared him. It's almost like the jealous girlfriend or boyfriend. Well, if I can't have him, no one else will. That's the type of behavior that you displayed, in my opinion. And I think it's irreprehensible that you acted in that way. So I won't lose any money on Terrence Crawford. Okay, that's not so bad. But again, why would you say that if you're promoting the guy, right? So that's negligence and that's part of the lawsuit. You're showing and you're behaving in a negligent way towards your fighter. Your job is to promote him. It's not your job to smear him, right? If he doesn't, then who the fuck needs him? He may be the greatest fighter in the world, but hey, I ain't gonna go bankrupt promoting him. Question is, do we keep him? I could build a house in Beverly Hills on the money I've lost him in the last 3 fights, a beautiful home. Again, if we did this fight with Spence and put money in for half of the first and Crawford wins and Heyman wants to sign him, be my guest, for Christ's sakes. In other words, I'm not going to go into my pocket anymore for Terrence Crawford. Crawford's never done anything on pay-per-view. That's fine. And the argument could be, well, all those things are true. But is that Bob Arum's place to put that out there in public, knowing that it would defame and it would smear and it would hurt Terrence Crawford moving forward, potentially in his future fights with other promoters? Because that's the only result that those comments would do. Like, that's the only result these comments would have in regard to Terrence Crawford moving forward. Like this, like the only reason for doing these things would be to hurt Terrence Crawford. And why would you want to hurt Terrence Crawford? Because maybe you're upset that he's not going to re-sign with you. So after knowing he's not going to re-sign with you, right? I'm gonna smear him. I'm gonna talk shit about him. Once again, the jealous girlfriend or boyfriend. If I can't have him, no one else will. What other reasoning would there be? Like if you're Bob Arum, I ask any person, if you were Bob Arum, would you do these things? Everyone says no. Then I ask people, well, if you're Terrence Crawford and Bob Arum said these things, would you be upset? Yes. So why can't Terrence Crawford hold Bob Arum accountable for this negligent behavior? Why? Why? And then you're asking yourself, well, how does this prove racial bias? Again, he's never done these things to a non-black fighter. Never. And he's lost money with other fighters. Tyson Fury, Otto Wallen, Tom Schwartz. Those fights bombed. Bruce Tripler came out and tweeted and said they lost money on the Wilder fight, the second one. Right? But nothing has ever been said. So if you're Terrence Crawford and you're reading all these things being said, and you're doing some research on the past, and you're not the only person who's claimed, a racial bias against Bob Arum towards black fighters. If you're not the only one, and you're looking at these comments, and you're just taking all this in, how are you supposed to feel? And if you're a non-black person, is it your right to tell a black person how to feel when these racially insensitive things are being said? Is it your place to tell this guy how to feel? Is it fair for you to criticize this guy? Everyone's making fun of this guy. Not everyone, but there's a great amount of people making fun of this guy for putting forth this lawsuit, right? Calling and saying, well, he made all this money, blah, 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 blah. But that's irrelevant. That still does not dismiss this heinous behavior, in my opinion. And then you're going and saying, I blocked the Manny Pacquiao fight. Who knows what would have happened if Crawford did beat Manny Pacquiao, right? Who knows how big his name would have been? Who knows what would happen if Terrence Crawford got the Pacquiao fight and got the Spence fight? And then, like, what is wrong with Terrence Crawford? Like, oh, well, he doesn't talk to the press. He gives the press one word. Like, again, I've used so many examples. Lomachenko, who is the media darling in boxing. How great is he with the press? How many interviews does he do? Right? Oh, well, Mayweather promoted himself. You have to understand that whole thing with Mayweather and De La Hoya. That was they did that 24/7, right? You got to give HBO credit too, because that was the first time that a show of that format was put out there, right? And that had a great impact on that fight because people were watching that 24/7, right? And that was revolutionary, right? That was a novelty. That was the first of its kind, right? And that really helped promote that fight. And Mayweather had to play the bad guy there in order to sell the fight. So if Terrence Crawford isn't the bad guy, right? If he doesn't have that Adrian Broner personality, right? Why does he have to put on a circus act? Why does the black fighter always have to put on the circus act to sell fights? But Manny Pacquiao can be the nice guy. Lomachenko can be the nice guy. Why does everyone have to act like Adrian Broner? Why does everyone have to be outspoken? That's a black fighter to sell fights. Why can't Terrence Crawford just fight the fights? Right? Why does he have to be this polarizing figure? What is Top Rank done to push this guy? What have they done? What have they done? Heard Top Rank say we didn't know what to do with Floyd Mayweather, quote unquote. Bob Arum said that we didn't know what to do with them. We made mistakes. right? We made mistakes with him. So again, I'm being told that all these comments have nothing to do with this case, but it shows a pattern of behavior. It shows the character of the individual, right? And for me to just sit there and ignore this behavior and disregard it and dismiss it as a guy just being an asshole, or a guy just being out of touch, or a guy just being racially insensitive, right? Well, being racially insensitive has an impact when you're dealing with people, whether it be business or personal. And you hear people say, well, this isn't personal, it's business. But a lot of times a person's personal feelings do have an impact on their business decision. And it has an impact on the business decisions that they make, right? And for me to just sit there and disregard all these comments, I can't do it, guys. I can't be objective and just sweep all this shit under the rug. I'm sorry. I just can't. And I'm saying to myself, if I am a black man and I'm hearing these things being said, it's going to offend me. And if I'm sitting there saying, well, this guy is coming out and he's smearing me, and so conveniently he's smearing me towards the end of my contract when I'm giving him and I'm implying that I'm not going to sign with him again. So he conveniently smears me knowing that I'm going to leave. Right? So the timing, and he did the same thing with Rigondeaux when he knew he wasn't going to sign Rigondeaux, when he knew Floyd Mayweather was on the way out. He so conveniently smears these black men on the way out. For what reason? The only result that could come of that is he's going to hurt them moving forward with other promoters. I said this example and I'm going to say it again. That would be the equivalent of an employer when he knows his employee is going to leave and he finds out where that employee is going to go work. He goes out and calls up that employer and says, this guy's this, that, and the third, don't hire him or whatever. Why did Bob Arum have to say these things? Oh, well, he's telling the truth. Well, even if you believe he's telling the truth, what benefit, what is the reason for him saying those things? All right, who wants to go first? We'll let Little Penny go first since is that a woman or a man?
No, I'm a guy, dude. That's okay. Anthony Hathaway. Cause I used to be a fan of his when I was in high school.
Okay, so go ahead and speak your piece, my friend.
Hey, Beebs, I agree with you, man. There's even when Pacquiao was in his last contract with Bob Arum, he tried to steal Manny Pacquiao's ESPN money, and then when Pacquiao made that Instagram comment that he was going to sue Top Rank, then Top Rank gave him the money, and then Manny then deleted that Instagram post. I don't know if people remember that. So he's got a lot of those. I'm quoting the NBA open court guys, like bastardly moves. You know what I mean? Where even when Julio Cesar Chavez wanted to see the particulars of the income and expenses of his Martinez pay-per-view fight, because Julio Cesar Chavez thought that he got jibbed from his pay packet. Top Rank said, no, you're not going to see it. I was thinking, why not? You know what I mean? So he's got a lot of those moves that people don't like. But so there is proof there, Beebs. So I'm actually with you on this one. I know some people aren't, but I'm actually with you on this one.
It's amazing to me that people are defending the promoter and they're saying that the fighter is ungrateful. So again, he's made millions, right? But if he's owed more than what he's made, then he was wrongfully treated. And money, if money is owed to him, and he believes money is owed to him, and he believes that fights he should have got he did not get, why just because he's made millions, why does he not have the right to get what he feels he deserves? So that's like that's like me, right? I make a lot more than someone who works at McDonald's, right? With all due respect, and I'm not saying that in a disparaging way, but I make more than that person. I'm in a different tax bracket, right? So if I complain, and then that person that works at McDonald's says, "Oh, well, you make a lot more. Look how much money you make. Look at me. I don't make what you make. Whatever." That's irrelevant. Just because the guy made $6 million, if he was supposed to make $10 million, if he's owed $900,000, if he's owed $4.5 million, if there's money that was left on the table that he should have got, why doesn't he have a right to go get that money he was owed? I'm hearing people say, "Oh, why is this guy complaining? He's a millionaire. He's this, he's that." Again, we don't know what his expenses are. We don't know how much of that everyone looks at the gross what these fighters make. But again, how much of that do they actually keep? Why are we so quick to call the fighter greedy and yet defend the promoter? Bob Arum's worth $300 million. Terence Crawford is worth $8 million. So why are we so quick to defend Bob Arum? Or not me, but why are people so quick to defend Bob Arum? Why is Crawford the greedy one and Arum is not? Arum's not greedy?
Beebs, when Bob Arum said a lot of those disparaging things to Bud about, like, we're losing money on him, and all the money that we lost from him, like, I could build a Hollywood home, blah blah blah. When he did that at the end of his career,
it's a smear campaign.
Yeah, it's kind of like, because you can sue that from someone, because I've seen that in some cases where, because you are disadvantaging his future profits.
It's defamatory.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the word. Yeah,
it's defamatory.
Yeah.
You can't, like, if again, there's been many cases where people have been sued for that, and they've won.
But not in boxing though, Beebs. But not in boxing though. It's a bit different in sports. Like, that's more in
the corporate world. The corporate world.
Yeah, correct. But not. So I don't know how it works, because I'm not a sports lawyer. I don't know.
There's a reason why when someone calls for a reference, right?
Yeah.
You cannot input your personal opinion on that person when you're giving the reference. All you're required to do is give the dates that person worked for you, right? And they can ask you, would you rehire him? Is he rehired? You can't give information about the person's like his personality.
Yeah, but Beebs, if the guy is a bad employee, you have to say that too. Like, you also have to tell the truth as well. You know what I mean?
There's only so much you can say, though. Yeah. Right? I was a manager before, right? Yep. And I was told the questions I can answer and the questions I couldn't answer. I couldn't answer questions about was he a good guy or not. You can't answer questions like that, right? Yeah.
But Beebs, I don't think this will go to court, Beebs.
Because it's going to be settled out, and I think
because it will set a precedent for, like, Rigo and Nonito Donaire and, like, Mikey Garcia. It will be set, because if
I guess what I want to say is, I cannot defame a person's character when I'm giving that reference. Yeah. Now, Bob Arum is defaming Terence Crawford's character here.
Yeah.
Oh, Beeb, this isn't the corporate rules of boxing. Okay, we'll see how this thing plays out. Yeah. Right?
And he was the employer, so to speak.
Yeah.
Like, you can't do that to your employee.
Yeah. Let's let Bob jump in here. I'm sure he has an opinion here. Go ahead, Bob. Well, he's not saying anything. But yeah, I mean,
Maybe
here's
hey Beeps, maybe let your friend Suleiman come in because I know he has a contra to your opinion.
no, it's crazy because everyone's telling Terrence Crawford how he should feel, but you're not black. You're black. I'm assuming. Are you of black descent?
No, I'm Filipino descent.
Filipino. Okay, I apologize. So is it our place? Is it our place as non-black individuals to tell a black person what they should do, how they should feel when racially insensitive comments have been made, right?
Yeah,
I don't think it's fair for us to make that determination,
yeah, yeah, because we're not in his shoes. Oh, Bob's back.
right? Bob, are you ready to go here? Yeah, he's not. I
He's
can't. I
on
mean,
mute. Bob, maybe
Bob, are
you're
you
on mute.
muted? Can you talk? All right, just remove him and get him out of here. He's not ready. He's not ready to go. He's not ready to go. Okay.
Hey, Beeb, what do you think of the Magsayo versus Gary Russell Jr. fight next week?
I think Gary Russell should win the fight.
Oh, man, I got Magsayo, dude, man. It's my boy, man.
Yeah, you like him?
Yeah, did you see that Sehan knockout? Damn, man.
Yeah.
Plus, Gary Russell Jr. fights twice a year, man. He's inactive, and he's like in his mid-30s now.
Yeah. So let's address some of these comments in the chat. Beeb is biased for Asians. Here's the thing. Made a comment on my show yesterday. I have a bias towards Asian women. I'm more attracted to Asian women than I am any other woman. Now, do I go out and tell people, oh, you should only date Asian women? All other women are bad except for Asian women. Oh, Asian women are the best and all other women suck. Am I defaming other women of different ethnic backgrounds and races? No. So I have a racial bias. Now, if I say as an employer, because I have an attraction, I have a bias because I'm attracted more to Asian women than they are other women, and I don't hire other women because of that. I'm not discriminating. I'm not showing a discrimination against other races. So once again, bye-bye with that one. Aren't you telling him how he should feel? No, I'm not telling you how he should feel. I'm telling you shouldn't tell him how he should feel. So at what point did I say how Terrence Crawford should feel or how he should not feel? What I did say was if I was him, I would feel the same way. It's my opinion. Again, you people are making straw man arguments and, you're just wrong. Kev, what's up, brother?
What's up? You hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay, yeah. As far as the Bob Arum situation, the thing with Bob is this is no surprise. This is nothing new. You see some of the comments he's made in the past. What did he say? He said Trump supporters were white guys that are afraid of losing their country. That's what he said about Trump supporters. White guys afraid of losing their country. And then what else did he say? He said MMA fans are homosexual skinhead white guys. That's what he said about MMA fans. What did he say? He said boxing fans, the boxing crowds, they're just a bunch of white people. Boxing, or he said MMA fans are just a bunch of white people. Boxing fans, it's diverse and it's disparaging because a lot of white people go to MMA events. Like, would he ever say that about Mexicans? Oh, just a bunch of Mexicans in the crowd. That's what I'm saying. This is nothing new.
So it's safe to say, Kev, that there's a pattern of behavior that indicates the type of person that Bob Arum is, his character. Is that a fair assessment to make?
Oh, of
that
course.
we can question this guy's character? That at the very least he has shown racial insensitivity in the past, and the racial insensitivity that he's directed towards these people of that ethnic background. Is it our place to tell them how to feel about those comments? I don't think it's fair for a I don't think it's fair for a non-black person to tell a black person how to feel when a racially insensitive comment is made about their background, you know?
Well,
And I don't dismiss it as, oh, well, he's an old guy. Oh, he's just an asshole. Oh, this has nothing to do with this. No, there's a pattern of behavior. And I have to ask myself, why has this type of behavior, these types of smear campaigns, these types of comments never been made against non-black fighters? And why have they been made towards the end of their contract when he knew they were either leaving or he was not going to re-sign them? Why
Beep,
was
I just
these
gave you an
things
example.
done?
I just gave you countless examples of him making 10 times more hideous remarks. Think of some of the remarks he said, saying homosexual skinhead white guys. Tell me an example even close to that, him making that comment towards another group of people.
But here's the problem with your argument. I'm not justifying those comments, but he's never made those comments to any non-black fighters that he's had under contract, right? So
what did he say about Kelly Pavlik? He said something about Kelly Pavlik. Oh,
he said that Kelly Pavlik, because he's white, was not getting the fights that he should be getting. It was not, if he was a black fighter, he'd be treated better.
no, he
Right?
said
So there's
something else about that. He said
I
something
just
about
read I'll read you exactly what he said.
I know that
If you want.
comment, but he made something else in regards to white people.
Oh,
They sure like Kelly Pavlik.
if he was in the MMA because he's white and he's bald and he's got tattoos, he would do well. He said that before.
He said something about the crowd. A bunch of white people are gonna go see Kelly Pavlik. He said something like that, like, "Oh, he's white, so that means he's gonna have a bunch of white fans."
So when Kelly Pavlik was having problems getting fights or getting on HBO and getting dates or whatever, why was it because he was white and he was being discriminated against? And then if Crawford's not getting the fights that he wants or he should be getting, why is there why is it not why is it his fault? So he's defending Kelly Pavlik, but he's not like saying that, oh, it's Pavlik's fault, but if it's a black fighter, it's the black fighter's fault. That's what that's what I don't understand. That's what I don't understand. So there is a pattern of behavior here. And there is some I believe there's some negligence here, because if you have someone under contract and you're supposed to promote them, I don't think it's your job to say those things.
Hey, Beam, speaking of past behavior, when Pacquiao was at the end of his contract, that was the first Bradley fight. There was a rumor out there that Manny had to lose that fight so that Manny can get a rematch with Bradley, so that Manny then had to extend his contract. And then when that second contract lapsed, that was during the Jeff Horn fight too. So Manny lost that fight, and for him to he didn't want to resign that rematch anymore, because he knew that Top Rank would have to get another 5-year contract. You know what I mean? So those sort of are like as I was saying before, bastardly moves, because they did that to Nonito Donaire as well. And Nonito actually he didn't say the promotional company because he's still fighting, but everyone knew that he meant Top Rank. He did it with the Punch Boxing. I don't know if you saw that. It was like a 4-hour podcast where they were explaining the contracts.
Yeah.
And he mentioned that they do that sort of things, especially to like with a lot of stars like Pacquiao, Mikey Garcia, and like Bud Crawford. They have leverage. They can speak out. But the people who are like not stars, they can't speak out, because if they do, Bob Arum will just cut them off, or he'll blacklist them. So that's another thing also that Top Rank. But Bibbs, to be honest, I don't think it's top. It's not Top Rank. It's a lot of promotional companies that do that too. It's just that Bob does it in a more like I wouldn't say evil, but he does it in a more old school way. Like, you know what I mean? Like an arcade way, like, the old arcade. Whereas the new the new promoters like Golden Boy and TMT, they do it in a more modern way. You know what I mean, Beebs?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you
You
remember when
know,
he's Beeb? Do you
go
remember
ahead.
when Arum said to Tio's face, he called him a schmuck? He called him a schmuck
Yeah,
right in his face.
yeah.
I
Let me
mean,
ask you, Kevin. Let me ask you, Kevin. If you were Bob Arum and you were promoting Terrence Crawford, would you have said those things publicly about Terrence Crawford? Yes or no?
no, I wouldn't have.
Now,
But
if
I
you were
could see
Terrence,
the frustration. I could see the frustration because, in my opinion, from where I'm sitting, Terrence Crawford wants to be paid like a superstar. And in my opinion, he's not a superstar. He's a great
yeah,
boxer, but he's not a superstar. Only hardcore boxing fans, people like you in this clique, know of Terrence Crawford. He's not
okay.
a Canelo. He's not a Tyson Fury. He's not an Anthony
Well, I don't.
Joshua over in the UK.
Yeah,
He's not that massive
but
draw
we
like
don't.
some of
We
these guys.
but to be fair, we don't have many superstars in the sport of boxing right now.
Exactly. So Terrence Crawford trying to claim he wants all these millions when he's not a big draw. He's
But
not
if
a
you're
big
Terrence
draw.
Crawford, right, and you're under contract, right, and you were promised certain things that you didn't get, number one, and certain things were said about you that shouldn't have been said about you in public, how would you feel? Would you be upset? I guess the question is, based on the evidence you have, is Terrence Crawford wrong for filing this lawsuit? Yes. I mean, and wouldn't you be upset with Bob Arum if you were Terrence Crawford?
I think it's just another shady promoter take advantage of his fighters. I think he takes advantage of a lot of fighters. I think he
Yeah.
takes advantage of Lomachenko. I think he takes advantage of a bunch of people. I mean, Lomachenko, how much is he getting paid? He's getting
So by
paid
Terrence
jack
Crawford
diddly.
fighting back, though, is he wrong? And should he be criticized? And should his lawsuit be dismissed as having no base, you know, being dismissed as frivolous? You know, I hear people like, oh, well, he's made this, that, and the third. Why am I going to feel sorry for him? Well, why are you
I
going to feel
think
sorry for Bob Arum, who's worth 300 million? Why are you going to defend Bob Arum, who's worth 300 million? Why are you
I
going to,
think when it
you know?
comes to Crawford, it's this. It's I could care less, honestly. If he wants to get a try to sue him, get some money, go for it. I could care less. But my only thing is, I just don't think he's as big a star as he thinks he is. I think I think he thinks he deserves 10, $15 million paydays, and I just don't think he brings in those kind of
Well,
numbers.
to be honest with you, he's never come out and said he was a superstar. He's never came out and complained about the money he's making. He only wants to be getting what he was promised, right? He only wants to receive what he was promised. He feels as though those big fights that he needed were not provided to him by Top Rank, and he's holding them accountable. And they're trying to
He's
place the blame on him. So why does he have to act? This guy has knocked out his last 9 opponents, right? Name another active world champion that has knocked out their last 9 opponents. You
but
know,
B
like
that
who's
doesn't
performed?
translate to money. That doesn't translate to
It's
buying
not his
power.
fault, though. It's not his fault.
It
Why
doesn't
is Bob
matter whose
Arum?
fault it is.
So
It
why
doesn't
is
matter.
Bob
The
Arum
fact of the matter
complaining
is
then?
he doesn't bring that much money in. He's
But is he
not
doing
selling
his? But is he
500.
doing his job? Is he doing his job as a fighter by
Yeah, he's
winning
winning
and
fights.
winning
That's
and winning
B.
impressively?
It's a business. It's a business.
That's fine. But
It's
why is
not
he
just a
being
sport. It's
insulted?
a business.
That's fine. But why is he being insulted for doing his job? Is what I'm saying. Why is his name being dragged through the mud because he's doing his job? Why
I,
because he's leaving? Why do you have to smear his name?
I
Why do you
don't
have to
because
go out
you know
there?
why? Because he's bringing in this racial component. I don't think it needs to
But he
be there.
brought
I
in the
don't think he
racial
has.
component. He brought in the racial component after he was smeared.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
He
think it
didn't,
has anything to do with it. I think it's just a shady promoter taking advantage of a fighter.
and that's
Trying to.
fine. And that's fine.
I think
But
if he
but
did
but
that,
but
if you just went that route, just say this dude's he's promising me this and that. He's breaching contract, this and that. I don't think people would have a problem. I think people would take it a lot more
You know, this whole
comfortably.
thing about him not being a superstar, but because of the way he carries himself, and he's a nice guy. He's a family man. Um, he's not out there acting like an idiot, getting in trouble, getting in fights. He's not out there, you know, beating up women. He's not. He's doing what a fighter should be doing. He's training. He's keeping himself in shape. He's living the life of a fighter, and he seems to be a very honorable, good family man. And he's doing what he's supposed to be doing, right? What are they what are the expectations of him? What is he supposed to do? Like when people say go out and sell yourself, like what do they want him to do?
Be
Like what do they want him
Those
to
are a
do?
dime a dozen. Joe Smith, the dude just won. He's the same way. He can't sell a lick either. He's not getting paid millions of dollars. He's a world champion, knocked out Bernard Hopkins, knocked out Fonfara, knocked out Eliter Alvarez. And how much is he getting paid?
But
Not much.
Kev, Bud Crawford did sell out Omaha a few times, so it's not like he can't sell anything.
Why did Top Rank if he was such a bad investment, then why did Top Rank invest so heavily in him? Right? Why was his fight against Jeff Horn the first fight of the ESPN deal there with the ESPN Plus? Why did they kick off the app with that fight? Right? Why?
Bad business move.
So why are they blaming him now for the moves that they made? Like they invested in him. Now that because he was on his way out and he was going to leave, why did they feel the need to trash him then? Why?
I think they're hoping this dude was going to be a star. They put him on primetime ESPN.
How do you become a star if you can't get the fights you need to make you a star? Whose fault is that?
Well, there's a lot of blame to go around in regards to that.
You know,
there's a lot of blame to go around why fights aren't getting made.
And now people are talking about the PBC not wanting him. But again, he's an MTK global fighter, right? Clarissa Shields went over to the UK, signed a deal with the promotional company Boxer. She's got a deal with Sky Sports. Like, why can't Terrence Crawford do the same thing? Like, boxing is a global sport. Who's to say he can't go over to the UK, fight Josh Taylor in a stadium, sell a lot of pay-per-views on Sky, then fight a guy like Virgil Ortiz on DAZN with Eddie Hearn, you know, or with Golden Boy. Like, why does he have to be on PBC? Why does he have to be with Top Rank? Why can't he be with Matchroom? Why can't he be with Boxer? Like, why is it that the perception is he needs these American promoters to define who he is as a fighter and to be successful? Like, there's been many cases where fighters have left Bob Arum and made more money without him. Mikey Garcia went over to DAZN, fought Jesse Vargas, and made $7 million. Right? Yeah. Devin Haney's on DAZN. He signed to Matchroom, which is a UK-based promoter. He's making $3 million a fight. Right? So, like, why is the perception out there that he needs PBC? He needs Top Rank. Oh, because he's not with PBC, because he can't be with PBC and they don't want him. Oh, because he's leaving Top Rank. Like, do you think his career is over? Do you think he can't make money somewhere else? Like, why? And that perception is being put out there. Why? Because of the information that Top Rank is giving these people. How he's this, that, and the third. Because his name has been smeared so much by Top Rank, now there's this perception out there that he can't be successful moving forward with somebody else. And that is why I have an issue with what Bob Arum did here. That's what that's what I don't like. That's what kind of rubs me the wrong way. Now, obviously, go ahead, man.
But Beebs, once your contract is over with Top Rank, isn't it like fair and square? Like, Bob Arum can pretty much say anything now because he's not his employee anymore, right?
Okay, but he was saying these things when the contract wasn't over. So that's where the negligence comes in as a promoter, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know,
by the way, Beebs, those fights. Sorry, Kev, you go. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just about to say to Beeps that those fights that he mentioned, Bud versus Taylor, Bud versus Virgil Ortiz, especially the Virgil Ortiz fight, those are really good pay-per-view fights, especially the Virgil Ortiz fight. You could sell that in Las Vegas.
I mean, that's the thing, bro. I mean, I don't think Terrence Crawford's career is over. I don't think that Terrence Crawford still can't become a star. Everyone's listening to Arum's side of it, and I think Arum has influenced a lot of people's opinions on Terrence Crawford because of the negative things that he said. And Terrence Crawford has a legitimate complaint about that. That's my argument. That's my argument. You know, and I just find it just really, really bizarre and weird to me that people are defending Bob Arum and they're faulting Terrence Crawford here. And they're basically parroting Bob Arum's talking points. You know, because Bob Arum couldn't do a good job with Terrence Crawford and he blamed Terrence Crawford. Other people are adopting that same belief because of the things that are being said. And I just don't agree with that, bro.
I'll tell you what,
I don't agree with that.
Let me tell you what. Tiafimo had the same issue with Bob Arum, and Bob Arum came out and he attacked him. It's because they're trying to get more money. They're complaining about their contract or complaining about this, and Bob Arum made it be known that Tio was you're making a mistake here. And they did the same thing with Crawford. Crawford was barking up the tree saying this and that, and I feel like Bob Arum came out and he dropped the hammer, and I feel like that's what's happening. Anytime they get some pushback, Bob Arum comes right back and pushes right back. It's business, and what Terrence Crawford's doing, trying to make this I'm oppressed and it's a racial thing. That's very, in my opinion, not a good look. I don't.
But again, in my opinion, that I think there is evidence here for negligence. I think there is evidence here for breach of contract. If what is being said by Crawford can be proven and it's true, can the racial bias thing be proven? That's debatable. But if you ask me, do I think there's evidence there for racial bias? In my opinion, I'm going to objectively say yes, based on the comments that were the racially insensitive comments that were made in the past. I have a hard time just ignoring that. I just do. Mike, what's up, brother?
Hey man, what's going on? Can you hear me okay?
You got a little background noise. I don't know if you can put some headphones on or something.
Yeah, hold on. Let me come right back in. Hold on.
Yeah, come back in. I'll let you back in. You know.
But Beebs, isn't it like easy?
Real quick, Beeb. You know what else is funny is someone in the chat saying, "You can't say that because you don't know what it's like." And this and that. This is just opinions. Anybody's allowed to have an opinion.
Like I said, Kevin, you have a right to your opinion. I'm not here to discredit it, or to dismiss it, or to disparage it, I'm not here to change what you believe. If you believe that, I don't think that you're a bad person. If you could argue that you don't believe that racial bias can be proven in this case. You can argue that you don't think there was racial bias here, right? But if you want to dismiss someone who believes that there was, and be very derisive towards that person because they believe that there was, then I think that's wrong too. Like I'm not here to disparage or dismiss anyone's opinion here, but I don't believe also, and I think maybe I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I don't think you believe that Bob Arum's racially insensitive comments should be ignored or dismissed from the past. Is that a fair assessment?
I just think it's hard to bring up past comments and then apply it to a singular case. I'm
But
not
it's
no
been
lawyer,
done
but
before. Used examples like Mark Furman, what his past behavior was brought up in the OJ case, and it was very, very damaging to the prosecution's case against OJ.
Yeah, I remember that. They dismissed it.
So if
The
you
tape,
show a pattern of behavior, then people are going to look at that and they're going to say that they're going to judge your character, and that's going to have an impact on what you have done and what you will do and what you can do in the future. So if you have shown a pattern of behavior, that's going to have an impact on what you did, do, or will do in the future, because that's a pattern of behavior. So if you've shown racial bias in the past, then are we just supposed to say that you won't show it in the future, or that you couldn't be showing it here if there's a pattern of behavior? And the reason why I bring this up is because I'm saying to myself, Mark, the whole Mark Furman thing, people don't like that example, but there was audio. There was audio there of him saying the N-word and him talking about beating up black people that he detained. So that he showed that, racial bias and racial prejudice, and showed that he was basically a racist. So why would that not have an impact on how he handled the OJ case, who was a black man? Why would that not be brought up? Why would his character not be called out on?
But
totally different. Totally different.
I don't think it's I disagree, because you're showing a pattern of behavior. Now, by what Bob Arum is saying, what he said, was it as egregious as what Mark Furman did? You can argue, obviously, no, but it's the same. It's not the same, but it's very similar in context, in my opinion.
What did Bob Arum say exactly? What comments has he said disparaging? Like, did he say the N-word? Like, I don't know. I never heard him say anything about black people in a disparaging
said
way.
Certain comments about black fighters that he never said about non-black fighters. He's never, ever smeared a non-black fighter before while they were under contract. He's never called a non-black fighter boring, unexcited. He's never said things like, I've lost money with non-black fighters while they were under contract. He's made comments. The whole thing in South Africa, when the apartheid was going on, and a lot of athletes and fighters and people spoke out about that, and they didn't want to do events there. He showed racial insensitivity, saying it didn't matter as long as people buy the fight. Who cares about that? That's showing racial insensitivity, right? I just think that's inappropriate.
Look at the comments he said about white people too. So it's not like he's singling out black people. I think he said about Teofimo Lopez, the way he treated him.
He called him a knucklehead. Is that this? Like, that whole people were dying in the streets, right? People were being mistreated. They were being treated horrifically, and he had no problem doing fights there, right? And bragging about how much money he made there when all that was going on. You don't think that's racially insensitive, that he's dismissing what's going on around there and not showing any empathy towards the people over there and only caring about making money when all that's going on? You don't think that's racially insensitive at all?
Because you didn't boycott South Africa? You have to boycott a country, otherwise you're a racist or something?
You don't think that, but you don't think that's racially insensitive?
No.
If you were him, would you be doing fights when all that's going on? Would you be bragging about how much money you made when all that's going on?
Absolutely.
Basically,
be making lots of money.
Basically saying, who cares about people dying over here? I'm as long as I make money, none of that matters. He basically said, who cares?
No, his job as a promoter is to make money. That's his job. Not to be some superhero.
At what point
nice
does money? At what point does money trump ethics?
Since the beginning of time.
All right, so then we're on different sides of that.
I mean, it's always
little
been like that. This is nothing new.
little Penny, do you think that's racially insensitive? Him making those comments, bragging about making money and not caring about people dying over there, and
Yeah, man, that is highly insensitive.
that's got to be racially insensitive, right?
Especially the thing in South Africa, dude. South Africa had a lot of cricketers who were really good, like Kepler Wessels, and he wasn't allowed to represent his country because a lot of the Australia, England, they didn't want South Africa to compete in their home country because of the things that were happening in South Africa. Same with rugby as well. So I don't know why the boxing one got.
I mean,
yeah, you know what that's led to a genocide of white people in South Africa. That's what that's led to. That's led to farmers being killed.
And even the Olympics, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Remember when the
Did you
U.S.
forget about that,
boycott?
Beep? That boycott which led to a genocide in South Africa, farmers being killed. Have you heard about that? Have you looked that up?
What, when they boycotted over there, that people, so why were they being killed as a result of that? That's not right. You don't blame the people who boycotted it. You blame the people who killed the people.
I know, but that's what I'm talking about.
Hasn't the United States boycotted Olympics before?
Yeah.
Because of behavior.
Your big the social justice boycott apartheid thing led to.
It's not about social justice. It's about not caring about people dying. That's just ethics.
It's led to more death.
That's just ethics, in my opinion. That's my moral compass.
But Beebs, what happens?
Why would it lead to more death? Why would there be retaliation?
Because South Africa
why would you kill?
Is a hellhole
why would you kill
now.
people? Why would you kill
South
people
Africa
as a
is
result of a
hellhole
boycott?
now.
So is that the fault of the people who boycotted that, or is that the result?
Yes.
Is that the fault of the people who committed the
communist utopia.
So if I said I listened to
suffering.
an Ozzy Osbourne record, and I went out and killed someone because I listened to an Ozzy Osbourne record, is that Ozzy Osbourne's fault?
It's different because you're promoting.
It's not different.
You're advocating.
It's not different.
You're advocating for these changes.
It's not different.
You're actively advocating.
It's not different.
Sir, can I just interject? So, Beebs, what happens? We say they played the racial game, right? What happens if when Bob Arum puts Tim Bradley and George Foreman and Sugar Ray Leonard on the stand, because they will say nice things about Bob Arum, like he's not racist or he doesn't show any racial bias.
I think Tim Bradley won't be on the stand. I don't think he'll want to get involved because he has a friendship with Terrence Crawford. All he said was he was very short and discreet about what he said. He said, I haven't been treated that way, and that's all I'm going to say. He's going to take a neutral stand.
He didn't take a neutral stand. He didn't take a neutral stand.
Sure he did.
He came out and defended. He came out and defended Bob Arum.
No, he didn't.
He made it clear that.
No, he didn't. He just
I've
made
never
all
been
he
treated
said.
That way. I've always been treated fairly. I've never seen any racial this and that.
Let's read Tim Bradley's quotes.
Bring it up.
That's Bob Arum's boy, man, Tim Bradley. He gave him that ESPN job.
So of course he's not going to say anything disparaging because he works there. I mean, you could argue he defended Top Rank. I think he kind of was neutral in my opinion. He said, I've never been mistreated in this fashion at all, point blank period, and I'm going to leave it at that. That's all. He never said that it was like Terrence Crawford was wrong, that he didn't believe Terrence Crawford. All he said was, "I've never been mistreated in that fashion at all, point blank period." And I'm gonna leave it at that.
I think he played that race game just to make the lawsuit more popular or more aware of the people. But the lawsuit, I think isn't it just more of a potential loss of income because he said all of those things about.
He's suing for 10 million. Will he get 10 million? No. Will he get 10 million? In my opinion,
no.
No. But will he get something? Does anyone here believe that Bud Crawford is going to walk away from this lawsuit empty-handed?
I
Does
doubt
anyone here
it.
believe? Does
Bob
anyone here
Arum's
believe that?
a big time lawyer, Harvard lawyer. The dude's been in the business for how long? He's got the contracts down to a T. To prove defamation or whatever claims discrimination, it's very hard. I doubt
Yeah.
anything's going to come of it.
Well, according to Crawford, he's saying that he's supposed to get 2 fights a year, like Nick Rich said in the chat, and he was supposed to get that $900,000 bonus if he and Spence were if he took the Kavaluskas fight. He was supposed to get the 900,000 bonus if he was willing and ready to fight Spence. So he feels as though it wasn't his fault that Spence fight wasn't made. He was willing and able and ready to fight, and so was Spence. And the fight still didn't get made. So he feels he owes that. He was supposed to get 2 fights a year, and there was 1 year in the he only got 1 fight. He was averaging 4.5 million per fight. So he believes he's owed 4.5 million for the fight that he missed on one of those years. Right?
Yeah, but what if the other side says, "No, we don't want to fight you guys"? So what can Bob Arum
Well,
do?
then you shouldn't have made the promise, and you shouldn't have used that as leverage to get him to sign the Kavaluskas fight, because you needed to fulfill the obligation with ESPN.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah.
So they let it. So he feels as though he was misled in signing that fight.
Well, that's misleading.
And B,
Yeah.
I have no problem with all these allegations he's making, but to say that he's being discriminatory based on race, I don't see it. Just because he made some comments of all races in the past, he's made.
But can you
comments of
show
all
me
races.
examples? Can you show me examples when he called a non-black fighter boring, said he
Can you
can't
show
sell
me an
tickets?
example of non-black fighter causing trouble, trying to get
What do you
a
mean?
higher contract or this and that?
Can I show you an example of a non-black fighter not trying to get more money? Is that what you're asking me to do? I mean, all
Causing
fighters complain.
problems.
All fighters try to get more money. So you're just saying only black?
Is Lomachenko out there saying, "Oh, I'm not being paid. I'm being
No, but Teofimo
poorly
Lopez
treated."
was. Teofimo Lopez complained. Mikey Garcia complained. Miguel Cotto complained. Oscar De La Hoya complained. They're not black. So I don't understand your point.
So maybe there's not a racial component. Maybe
But
it's just a money component.
I need someone to show me examples. Need someone to show me examples when he defamed non-black fighter while they were under contract. When he said the same things, like they can't sell, like when he lost money on Tyson Fury fights. When it was put out there by Bruce Strampler, he lost money on Tyson Fury fights. Why didn't he criticize and insult and smear Tyson Fury for losing money?
Bibbs,
Right?
Because he's about to be made millions. Tyson Fury's about to come back. You know how much money he made with the Deontay Wilder? You know how much money he's
But
going
they
to
lost.
make with
But
Anthony
but they
Joshua?
lost money. But Bruce Strampler said they lost money on the Deontay
I don't care
Wilder
what
fight.
that dude said. There's no way they made millions.
That's not what
Deontay
Bruce Strampler
Wilder-
said. And he works for
Who
Top Rank.
cares?
He's there.
That's
So
BS.
Bruce Strampler, who's an employee, is lying.
That was one of the biggest.
Bob
fights
Arum
of the
never
year.
came out. Bob Arum never came out and refuted what Bruce Strampler said. So why would we not believe Bruce Strampler?
Hey, Bibbs, did you remember when Miguel Vasquez, that boring Mexican fighter, fought Mercito Hesta for the WBA lightweight title, and Miguel Vasquez won that fight in a very boring fight. Now,
Yeah.
I don't know if he signed with Top Rank, but I do remember him saying, "Man, that Vasquez guy was really boring."
Who said that?
Bob Arum.
Oh, well.
I remember that, like in the post, because I think that was one in a Manny Pacquiao undercard, and I vaguely remember him in the post-fight press conference because they wanted Mercito Hesta to win, but because it's kind of like the Donaire Rigo scenario, same thing.
Yeah, I don't have any quotes for that. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Yeah. But I vaguely remember. It's not vivid. And I don't even know if Vasquez was signed with Top Rank. I know Mercito Hesta was. I don't know about Miguel Vasquez though. Sorry, Kev, for cutting you off there, dude.
Yeah, I don't see anything here about Arum wants Gesta. Arum wants Masita Gesta versus Miguel Vasquez on Pacquiao undercard.
Might be
Yeah, I
opening
don't
up
see.
a can of, might
Yeah,
be
I don't
opening
see
up a can
anything.
of worms to you, babes.
Yeah, I mean, I like I said, I'm willing to give Arum the benefit of the doubt here. I just can't find any. I can't find any other type of behavior like this with a non-black fighter. I'm just being honest.
Because
What do
babes,
you
the
say-
Mexican fighters, Puerto Rican fighters, and Filipino fighters, they're like exciting. It's easy to promote them. Whereas
Well, is
sometimes
was Miguel Vasquez exciting all the time?
no, he was very boring. Oh my god.
Was Mikey Garcia always exciting? Didn't he fight in a counter-punching type defensive safety
He was
first
pretty
style?
exciting. He's not on that category. He's not on that Rigo Vasquez category.
Okay, you know.
The thing with Mikey
But was Floyd
Garcia,
so Floyd
he's a
wasn't an
draw.
exciting fighter? He didn't try to he didn't walk he didn't walk down Canelo Alvarez in that fight. He wasn't exciting in that fight. The
I was
Maidana
at
No, he wasn't.
I
Floyd-
disagree. I think he
Floyd-
fought a great fight.
Yeah.
He's had a couple entertaining fights, but for the most part, not spectacularly exciting.
You don't think the the Miguel Cotto Mayweather fight was entertaining? The Maidana Mayweather fight was entertaining?
The boring fights
think
that he had was
Maidana
with
made
the boring fight that he had was with the Argentinian guy. What's his name? Baldemir. Oh my god, that was like I think I
Okay.
slept on that fight.
Okay. Yeah, I can't find any comments, but if I can
What
come
do you
up with
say
them,
about
I'll
Terrence
definitely.
Crawford, B? What do you say about Terrence? He said he's a boring fighter, and I know he said something about he can't draw or he's not a.
Well, I don't know if you listen to what I have I have all the stuff here that he
He
said.
said it was losing money and stuff like that, and he could build a house in Hollywood on all the money that they've lost on Terrence.
Yeah, he's
Crawford.
never talked about a non-black fighter like that. Never put all that
Yeah.
those-
Yeah, I
those-
disagree. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
I just don't have any evidence. I don't have any evidence when he had a non-black fighter under contract while they were on their way out when he knew they weren't going to sign them. I've just never heard him say those things about a non. I'm just being honest. If someone can give me evidence, then I will retract that statement.
He's losing money on Terrence Crawford.
I won't lose any more
That's what he
money on
said?
Terrence Crawford while he's under contract. While you're supposed to be promoting this guy, right? I won't lose any more money on Terrence Crawford. If he doesn't, then who the fuck needs him? He may be the greatest fighter in the world, but I ain't gonna go bankrupt promoting him, right? The question is, do we keep him? I can build a house in Beverly Hills on the money I've lost on him in the last 3 fights. A beautiful home. Again, if we did this fight with Spence and put our money in for half of the first, and Crawford wins and Heyman wants to sign and be my guest, for Christ's sakes, in other words, I'm not going to go into my pocket anymore for Terrence Crawford. Crawford's never done anything on pay-per-view. Now, you could argue all those things are true if you want to, and I'm not here to refute the validity or truth to those comments. But what I'm saying is, what benefit and what reason would you have for saying those comments while a guy is under contract with you, if not to hurt him? If not to hurt him, like you knew you weren't going to re-sign him, or you knew he didn't want to re-sign with you. So you conveniently say all these things about him. To sit there and as Terrence Crawford, to not look at that and say, why would he do this to me? And the only thing I could come up with is because he knows I'm not going to re-sign with him. But I'm also hearing that he lost money on the Tyson Fury fights. Why weren't these things said about Tyson Fury? Why were they said? Why were they only said? Why were they only said about me? We just went through a pandemic. He's lost money on multiple fights because of not having the attendance, right? Why am I the only bad guy here? Is it because I'm leaving him? Okay, other fighters have left him in the past, but why is it only me and Rigondeaux and Floyd Mayweather that have been talked about in this fashion? Why? I'm asking. Someone help me out here.
Well,
No
you
one,
have
no
to
one,
also look
no
at-
Because
one,
Terrence
no one is
Crawford is a
answering.
diva. He's a
No one
diva
is.
trying to demand more money, and he's a
He's not a
headache.
diva,
That's why.
dude.
So
He's a
when
big diva.
so was Canelo and Miguel Cotto divas when they wanted more money? So every fighter that wants more money is a diva. Like everybody,
They're worth the headache because Canelo's a superstar. Whatever his name is a superstar. Those guys are big time draws. Got big time fan bases behind them. Terrence Crawford is not a pay-per-view draw. If you can't sell pay-per-views, you ain't she.
Okay. Can Tyson Fury sell pay-per-views without Deontay
Yes.
Wilder? Without Deontay Wilder.
In the UK, he can.
How many pay-per-views has he ever sold in the UK, Tyson Fury? Is he
More
proven
Terrence
to be
Crawford ever has. I can guarantee you that. I guarantee those Wilder
How many
fights
pay-per-views has Terrence Crawford? Like how many pay-per-views? How has Tyson Fury? How many pay-per-views has Tyson Fury done in the UK?
Are you really trying to compare the star power of Tyson Fury and Terrence Crawford?
Yes, I am comparing them because they're both top-ranked fighters. Yes, I am comparing
Tyson
them.
Fury
But you know
is
what the
a
difference
global
between
superstar.
but you know what the difference between Tyson Fury and Terrence Crawford is? Tyson Fury was able to fight Vladimir Klitschko, was able to fight Deontay Wilder 3 times.
Yeah.
Terrence Crawford never had those opportunities, so it's not fair to make that comparison. Mike, how's your audio? You good?
Yeah, can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, man. I just want to say one thing, man. I don't disagree that there may have been a breach of contract in this case. I mean, a breach of contract case, it's pretty cut and dry. Either he breached the contract or he didn't.
You don't think negligence was you don't think there's negligence too by the behavior of the promoter while under contract, defaming a fighter and hurting his future with other promoters by putting
you know what, he may have done those things.
Well, he did do
However,
that. He did do that. That's
Okay.
the
Alright,
quotes. The
so-
quotes and videos are out there. He did do that.
Okay, so let's say he did do that. However,
He
I don't
did do
see
that.
how. Okay, so he did do that. I'm agreeing with you. So he did do that. However, I don't think that it was appropriate to inject the issue of race is the main that's the main theme of his lawsuit. Is
But are
his
you
race
black,
issue.
Mike? Are you black?
No, I'm not black, but it doesn't have anything to do with it. If we're looking at this,
So if you were
objectively,
black and someone made racial insensitive comments about black
what
people,
racially insensitive comments did he make in this case?
you didn't hear what I read?
I
You
also
didn't hear
heard
that-
I heard you read comments about him making racially insensitive comments to every race, to white people, to black people, both.
You haven't heard him. You haven't heard what he said about
I
the
did hear it, but I'm just saying.
So not caring about black people dying in South Africa and bragging about how much money you made, and oh, I don't care. That's not my business. Let the politics bores me. To be that insensitive when black people are dying, you don't think that you can compare him. You can equate that to saying what the only people that watch MMA are white skinheads. That you don't think that's racially, and then saying that like Mayweather shoots up cars, but in the ring he's boring. You don't think that like those racially insensitive. If you're a black person, you're not black, but if you're a black person,
No.
that's not going to bother you. You're not going to be offended by that.
Why are people like George Foreman, Muhammad Ali's daughter, all coming out in defense of him?
That's their opinion. I'm not here to tell them how to feel.
I'm not here to tell them how to feel either, but I'm just saying, why is race the main issue when the real issue is the breach of contract and the negligence by saying these things about Terrence Crawford that may have hurt his reputation? Why does race have to be the issue?
Because you have to show me when he had any non-black fighter under contract. When did he say he lost money on a non-black fighter? Why would you put that information out there? That's not it's not appropriate. It's not professional. And it's promotional malpractice to defame your fighter while he's under contract with you. Why has he never done that with a name a situation where he's done that with a non-black fighter? He's only done that with black fighters, saying that they're boring, saying they're boring, they can't sell, saying they're boring. Like, when has he ever said, wait, let me finish. When has he ever said a non-black fighter can't sell, is boring, and I lost money with him? I need examples.
Just because we can't give an example of that, I'm sorry, that's just not even close to enough to brand the man as a racist in this instance. It's just not enough.
Again, racial insensitivity, racial bias does not mean you're racist.
Okay, well, yeah, being racially insensitive, that's not something that you can sue someone over. I'm sorry, you can't.
Why? He's doing it right now, and it's in
no,
a court.
He's suing him for breach of contract and negligence. He's not suing him for being racially biased. That's not one
racial. That is part of the contract. I'll read you the contract, sir.
Okay.
Why you say that? How about this?
You can't make statements without doing the research, sir.
Okay,
bringing up the South Africa thing. When was that? 50 years ago?
It's a pattern. It's a pattern of behavior, bro.
You can't bring that up 50 years ago because you didn't got that. That's just ridiculous.
Okay, I apologize to you, Mike. Here's the 6 complaints. I apologize to you, Mike. Racial bias is mentioned in the contract, but it is not one of the points. So he is suing him for breach of contract number 1, breach of contract number 2, fraudulent misrepresentation number 3, negligent misrepresentation number 4, number 5 is breach of the implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing, to tortuous breach of the implied covenant of the good faith and fair dealing. So, Mike, your argument is, why is that brought up when it doesn't need to be brought up to get the damages that he's seeking? Is that your argument?
Yeah, I'm saying that there's not enough.
All right, I apologize. I apologize for saying that that's not part of the contract. But here's the problem: you don't think the media is using that to get clicks? Because everyone put out he's suing Bob Arum for racial bias. Now, did Terrence Crawford or Terrence Crawford's legal team come out and say that was the main component of this lawsuit?
Yeah, in the lawsuit, that's the main issue that he discussed.
No, it is not. No, it's only one.
How does he start off the lawsuit? Read me the first paragraph of the lawsuit. What does he talk about?
He said, "Wah, wah, wah."
Again, I mean, that's because you're not black and you're not the one who's being treated this way.
Listen, I'm no color. I'm looking at this objectively.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking.
Oh, Kevin.
I'm talking to Kevin.
The reason why he hasn't said those things to other fighters is because, 1, they don't get paid as much as Crawford, and 2,
that's bullshit.
They're not as big a headache.
That's bullshit.
It's not as big a headache.
That, again, that's your opinion. Like, why? So why is Terrence Crawford a headache? Because he's black?
Because Bob Arum's losing money on him. That's why.
So he's losing money on Tyson Fury too.
No, he's not.
You're not. Then
no, he's
then
not.
You're saying,
you keep saying
so then
that.
You're saying. Okay, but he's losing money on how much? How many people? How many people pay tickets to see Otto Wallin versus Tyson Fury? 3,000, right? How many people paid to watch the Otto Wallin fight? 3,000. Bruce Trampler said they lost money on Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury too. So if he's losing money on Tyson Fury, why isn't he complaining about that? Okay, here's the introduction of the lawsuit, Mike. So for years, professional boxers and others in the sport world have called out Top Rank's owner Bob Arum for his disparaging treatment of black boxers, including those very similar black boxers that Top Rank is contractually obligated to promote. Because this is boxing, a sport with checkered history, and because Arum is now dismissed as just a grumpy old white man, Arum continues to make racist and bigoted statements purposely purposefully damage the reputations of black boxers without any consequences. This is generally because the effective boxers who are in long-term contracts with Top Rank fear that if they speak up, they will be placed on the sideline and not given the opportunity to fight for the life of their deal, which could be 5 to 7 years. Okay, so your argument is the press made this as the major component is because it's being talked about initially in the beginning of this contract. That's your argument.
I'm saying, why is he opening up his lawsuit using that in the first paragraph? That makes the whole thing about race, drawing attention to it by the media.
Okay.
When the heart of the lawsuit, the points that are going to be argued in court are going to be regarding the breach of the contract, not the race issue.
Okay, but if Terrence Crawford believes that breach was committed because Bob Arum was racially biased towards him, is he wrong for, like, can we tell him he can't believe that?
He can believe whatever he wants. I'm just saying that's
why. But why are we dismissing? Why are we dismissing that though?
Because
what I'm asking you.
It just
because
wasn't
Bob
necessary.
Arum
But
cares
why is
about
it
money.
not? Why is
he was
why
a
is
money
that not
making
necessary?
machine, Beeb. He don't
fine.
care about that. All he
That's
cares about is
fine.
money.
But apparently he doesn't care. He doesn't care about the feelings of black people either, judging by his comments. So if black people are offended by the, like, why if a black person is offended by his comments, if a black person is sitting there saying to themselves, if you're a black fighter, right, and you're being told, well, I killed the Manny Pacquiao fight, right, because I didn't want Manny Pacquiao to get hurt. But you had no problem putting a 45-year-old George Foreman in there with a 30 or a 29-year-old Michael Moore. You weren't concerned about Michael. Like, if Terrence Crawford believes that he was being prejudiced, being treated, poorly because he's black, and he feels as though there was racial bias against him, why is it wrong for him to say those things? You don't have to agree with that, but why are you saying that, Terrence? So are you saying that Terrence Crawford is lying about his feelings and he's just saying that just to smear Bob Arum? Is that your argument?
That's not what I'm saying.
What is your argument against Terrence Crawford saying those things and putting these things in the lawsuit? If he believes those things, why is he wrong for believing those things?
Because I think
it's annoying.
But you're white, so you're white, so you're not.
It's getting
black,
old,
so,
but that accusation's getting old. People are tired of it.
But you're dismissing it though. But it's relevant though.
In my opinion, it's not.
Because you're white.
No, because I don't think there's any relevance to it.
But you were more offended by Bob Arum's white skinhead comments, right? Because you're white.
No, I was bringing up the fact that he said countless disparaging comments, not just the ones you mentioned.
So you have no.
You said that he only. You said that he only makes certain types of comments, and I came and told you, no, you're wrong. He makes all kinds of comments.
No.
Yes. You said he only makes a certain type of disparaging comment, and I.
No. Let's back it up. Can't play it. You're trying to take me out of context, and it's an old trick that kind of it's weak, very weak. Here's what I said. I've never heard him complain about losing money or saying a non-black fighter can't sell or is boring while they were under contract. Show me an example of when he has done that. Calling MMA fans white skinheads, they're not fighters. They're not. Are MMA fans getting in the ring and boxing? Does he have them under contract? No, it's not the same thing.
You brought up comments he made altogether. You said, has he been racially insensitive, period. You said, has he been insensitive, period.
Show me evidence. Okay. He's saying that the fans are white and they're skinheads. Is that the same thing as saying, I don't care if people are dying over in South Africa as long as I'm making money? You're going to compare the two?
Is that what he said? Is that what he said? He said he don't care if people are dying. He didn't say that. He didn't say he don't care that people are dying. He's never said that.
This is cognitive dissonance at its finest.
I guarantee he's never said that.
You didn't listen to what I read, bro. This is hard. This is like bad, man.
I heard what you read, and it has nothing to do with Terrence Crawford's case. I'm sorry.
It does have something to do with Terrence Crawford's case, because it shows a lack of empathy, and it shows a racial insensitivity to people of black descent.
He shows a lack of empathy
just like when Mark Furman, his tape was brought up in the OJ case of using the N-word and bragging about beating up black people he's detained. That showed him to be racially insensitive, racially biased, and flat out racist against black people. So that shows a flaw in his character. So Bob Arum has shown, at the very least, to be very racially insensitive towards black people and black fighters.
But he's been shown to be insensitive towards everybody, though. He's shown that he's insensitive towards everyone equally.
Not to that extent. He's never.
I just told you the comments he said. Just because he did it directly to
What's worse, saying someone is white and has tattoos and they're fans of MMA, or saying, as long as I'm making money, it's not my business if people are dying over there. I could care less. What's worse?
So you're saying because that one's worse than Terrence Crawford is correct in making these racial claims against him and his lawsuit?
Yes.
Well, I have no problem with judges. No one in the court is going to agree on that point. I mean, maybe they're going to agree on the others.
Why did that hurt the prosecution in the OJ case? So why is a people? Why
the
is
OJ
a person's
Simpson case is not a good example because that was.
Why is a person's, when you look at any case, right? When you look at any case, right? Why is a person's past? When you looked at that, when you looked at the George Floyd's case, right? What was the cop's name again that put his knee on his neck?
I don't remember his name.
Chauvin. Why did they go back? Why did they go back 5-10 years and look at all the misconduct cases that he was involved in? Why?
Because we're talking about the murder of an unarmed citizen.
But no. Let's take away the severity of the issue and let's look at the context of the issue. When you show they brought up those past incidences to show a pattern of behavior. So by bringing up the past, you're showing a pattern of behavior, and a pattern of behavior shows a person's character, and a person's character affects how they handle not only their personal relationships but their business relationships. It's relevant.
However,
it's
In
relevant.
this case, though, his pattern of behavior and his history does not show the same level of racism or racial insensitivity. No, it doesn't. Not even close.
It does.
We're talking about Mark Furman.
You have not proven. You have not given me any examples of him.
He doesn't need to prove anything, though. It's
why not?
Crawford who
why not?
Prove. Terrence Crawford is the one who needs to bring the. Because he's the one who needs to bring the evidence. Bob Arum doesn't need to bring evidence of anything. He's the defendant.
So he doesn't have to. Bob Arum doesn't have to provide evidence to defend himself.
Nope.
The
burden of proof is on Crawford. The burden of proof is on Crawford. That's why.
Exactly.
Okay, so when Crawford brings up his evidence, the defense is...
What evidence? He's got no evidence.
That's the thing. It's like, what evidence does he really have other than these little comments? There's not enough there. He's not
again, you hear what you just said there? Do you hear what you just said there?
What did I say?
These little comments.
Yeah, I'm sorry, they're not enough.
You're minimizing these comments because you're not black. They don't offend you. You are not going to feel
Take your
again,
emotion out of it and just look at it
you're
legally.
not gonna feel the same way about these
You're right.
comments
I'm not
because
trying
you
to
are
feel
not
anything.
black.
Take
It's
your
not
emotions
fair.
out of it.
It's
Take
not
your emotions out
fair.
of it
It is
and
not
just think about the
fair for
facts.
you to dismiss these comments because you are
It's
not
not fair for me
black.
to.
Yes.
I can look
These
at it
little comments.
objectively. We should all be
But
looking at
you're
it
not
objectively, because
objective.
when we
You're
insert
not
emotion,
objective
we
because you're
start to get
dismissing.
off
B,
track.
So
B,
again,
you have to prove that in court. That's the point. All these comments, they
you
have to
are
be
proving it. You're
provable.
proving a pattern. You are
That they
proving a pattern
you have to
of
prove that they
behavior.
defamed
You're
him.
proving. Again. This is the argument. This is the argument, right? You're proving a pattern of behavior of racial insensitivity towards fighters of black descent and people of black descent by the comments in the past and the behavior in the past. You're saying that it's okay that people are dying as long as I make money, it's not my problem to get involved in the politics of it all. Right? And you've never said that you've lost money on any other fighter you had under contract that has been non-black. You've never called a non-black fighter boring. You've never said a non-black fighter can't sell while they were under contract. So to me, in Crawford's opinion, and in my opinion, Crawford can look at this and say that I feel as though there was racial bias shown against me and other fighters. I gave you 3 examples. You have not given me one example of a non-black fighter being told that he's boring while under contract, by being told he doesn't know how to promote himself, by being told he's not exciting, by being told that when I watch him, I want to vomit, by being told I've lost money with him. And I've given you examples when non-black fighters have fought under top rank while being under contract, and they've lost money with those non-black fighters. But it's only being mentioned when it happens with the non-black fighter. That is why Crawford is bringing the racial component and adding the racial component in this case. You don't have to agree with it. You don't believe it. But to dismiss it as there being no basis for it, I just disagree with that.
The thing is, I'm not dismissing it, though. That's the thing. I'm not dismissing it. I'm saying in court, you know what Bob Arum's going to do? He's going to bring in evidence of past relationships with black fighters that were positive. He's going to have people like the people defending him now. They're going to counteract Terrence Crawford's claims, and
but there's
altogether,
also going to be black fighters.
Enough.
There's also going to be black fighters that are going to be the direct opposite of those people.
You're right, but at the end of the day, I'm not making the decision, so it doesn't matter what I think. I'm just saying in court.
So let me ask you a question.
To be enough.
So let me ask you a question. If you worked for a company, right, and they treated everyone great, but they treated you like shit, just because they treated everyone great and they only treated you like shit, are you the problem? Is it your fault that they treated you like shit? If they were wrong, if they wrongly discriminated against you, or they wrongly treated you? Is it Crawford's fault? Is it his responsibility? Does it matter to Crawford if all these guys, if certain fighters feel as though they were treated good? What about the fighters that felt as though they were treated poorly?
Again, Bob, honestly, it's Terrence Crawford's right to feel however he wants to feel. I'm just saying, if he goes to court, he may win the lawsuit based on his claims of breach of contract, but the racial angle is not going to play into that. He's going to win or lose based on the facts.
I disagree.
Well, it just
I can't believe you lied to me, Beeb, and said he said those things about South Africa. Why'd you say that?
To win this lawsuit based
How did I lie to you?
You said
How did I lie to you?
Didn't care about. You said he didn't. Bob Arum didn't care about people getting
Let's
killed.
read what he said. Let's read what he said. Let's read what he said. I lied to you. Fine. That's what
how can you compensate someone for being racially biased like this?
Well, this is what you don't understand. By saying those things about a fighter while he's under contract, Terence Crawford believes is negligent behavior. He believes the negligent behavior stems from a racial bias against him. That's his opinion. He doesn't have to prove the racial component of this, right? He doesn't have to prove that. All he has to prove is negligence, breach of contract, and the money that was owed to him. He doesn't like if what
That's
Terence
my whole
Crawford
point, man.
what Terence Crawford is saying is he believes those things were done because of racial bias. That's it. Those are his claims.
Yeah,
because
but
he's
end of the
asking
day,
himself, why was I treated in this way? Why? If I wasn't wasn't the only fighter losing money, if I wasn't the only fighter who was boring, if I wasn't the only fighter who complained, if I wasn't the only fighter, then why am I being singled out here? When there's other fighters of non-African descent, non-Black descent that are in the same situation as me, but they're not being criticized like me.
You know what? Terence Crawford may be right. Bob Arum probably is racially biased. However, that is
fraudulent,
not what's going to matter in court. In court, it's not going to matter.
It is going to matter in court.
No, it's not going to have an effect on
you can't. You don't know that. You don't know that. That's your opinion. Breach of
based on the evidence. I'm just saying that based on the evidence, he doesn't.
Because you don't feel as though that means because you're not Black.
I just said I agree.
You're not Black,
so
you're not going to feel. You're not Black, so you're not going to feel the same way Terence Crawford feels because you're not
Bob
Black.
Arum is probably
Joe Biden over here.
Probably is.
Joe
However,
Biden. Joe Habib
that's
Biden.
not going to matter in the law.
No, I voted for Trump.
Evidence to prove that.
I voted for Trump, but I don't like Joe Biden. I thought Trump's
you can disagree without bringing that up. You can disagree without taking that angle. You don't have to do that.
I voted for Trump.
You don't have to do that whole.
Then why did you bring up Biden's name? Then why did you bring up Biden's name?
Because you're saying that you're not Black.
Because you presented a straw
you're
man
not
argument.
Black.
You presented a straw man argument that I just fucking destroyed.
That's what he said to Charlemagne.
Let me ask you
remember
something.
that?
Let me ask you something.
Remember that comment he said to Charlemagne?
I disagree with that.
Can I ask you a question, man? Why does it matter to you whether this has a merit, the racial part of it? Why does it matter to you?
It matters to me that people are criticizing Terence Crawford for bringing it up because you're telling Terence Crawford how to feel. You don't have the right to tell Terence Crawford how to feel.
I mean, most people aren't telling him how to feel.
You guys are implying that he's bringing this up with no merit.
No, I actually said I think he probably has a case regarding the breach of contract. I said that.
So breach of contract.
I just think the race. I said that.
Here's the thing. This is my stance on it. The breach of contract. I don't think there's any racial element to that. I agree with that. Fraudulent misrepresentation. Well, why was he fraudulently misrepresented? Why? Why was he a negligent misrepresentation? I think there could be a racial component there.
There could be. You're right.
In those two areas, I think there's a racial component there. Breach of the implied covenant in good faith and fair dealing. Could there be a racial component there? Maybe not. Torturous breach of contract in the implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing. Could there be a racial component there? Maybe not. The two areas I think that the racial component could be a case of fraudulent misrepresentation and negligent misrepresentation. The fact that whether it be through doesn't have to be through malice intent. It could be through racial insensitivity, racial ignorance. Maybe you don't know how or didn't know how or weren't empathetic or sympathetic to Terence Crawford. And because of that, you didn't understand how to promote the guy. And you don't understand. You don't understand, like it's easy for you to promote a Puerto Rican guy and put him on put him on an event with the Puerto Rican Day Parade or a Mexican fighter or take an Irish fighter on St. Patrick's Day weekend. Like you know how to promote those guys. Maybe you don't know how to promote black fighters. You know what I mean? By saying Floyd Mayweather will never be a star. Oh, I didn't know what to do with them, right? So let's read.
Slave contract, remember?
Yeah. Yeah. So in my opinion, I think there is a racial bias against black fighters. I think he does. There is evidence, in my opinion, that he's shown a racial bias against black fighters. This is my opinion. Okay.
You know,
So I'm not disagreeing with you.
No,
Actually,
but Mike, hold on.
I'm pretty
Mike,
much
hold on.
agreeing on with
Mike,
you.
one second.
Let me read the South Africa comments. Okay.
Yes, please.
And you could take what you want out of this. All right.
Okay.
Dating back to the late 1970s and early 1980s, Arum has repeated collaborations with South Africa's Nationalist Party government. Arum worked closely with South African businessman Sol Kurtzer to stage numerous fights in South Africa during apartheid. Arum made a fortune in South Africa as Africans there were being slaughtered in the streets. Slaughtered in the streets. Arum visited Johannesburg in 1982, not on his first trip, during the high tide of apartheid and in the violation of the boycott propounded by the African majority, right? On his time in South Africa, Arum arrogantly stated, "I made more money from the concessions on one fight in 1979 than I do from a whole promotion in the U.S." Arum and Kurtzer also arranged for fights in the homeland of Botswana, excuse me if I mispronounced that wrong, which had been made into independent black state of part of the South African government's apartheid. So people were being discriminated against in there. It was separatist movement going on in there. And he had no problem putting a fight on there. When asked whether staging fights in Botswana lent the state that implicitly that the international condemned apartheid policy and credibility, Arum responded, "I couldn't care less whether Botswana is an independent nation or not. If the fight is bad, people won't tune in, and if it's good, they will. I prefer to let the United Nations fool around and determine whether these people in Botswana are puppets or not. As long as I can do business and put on a fight, politics, frankly, bores me." So he said, "I could care less what's going on over there right now." People are dying over there, and he said, "I could care less as long as I'm making money."
When did he say hold on? When did he say hold on? When did he say I could care less if people are dying or not? Those words, you said he had those words in his mouth. I could care less if people are dying or not. Yes, you did. That's what you said.
No, I did not.
You said he didn't care if people are dying.
Keep interrupting me because you don't want me to say what I said because you want to win the argument. Again,
no, you said he didn't care if people died. Go ahead.
No. What I said was his statements inexplicably implied that he didn't care people were dying in the streets. So if you don't care about the apartheid, you don't care whether they're an independent nation or not. Okay, you don't care about what's going on over there and the movement, then you're implying that you don't care people are dying over there as long as I'm making money.
So does he sound like a
that's not what he's implying.
Like
the only thing he's implying is he's there to put on a fight and do business. That's all he's implying.
Okay, he's implying. Again, you guys are racially insensitive.
No, we're not.
No, B, let me ask you something, B. Let me ask you something.
Let me ask you this.
Hold on, Mike. Let me ask you this. Let me ask B 1 second. One thing.
Let me ask you this. By him saying, "I couldn't care less whether the Botswana is an independent nation or not," people are dying to fight for their independence.
Yeah, he's an asshole. He's an asshole businessman.
You don't think that implies he doesn't care people are dying over there as long as he's making money? You don't take that away from that? I said
I don't think that's what he meant.
Well,
I think
then
it's
in
about
my
business.
opinion, okay. So it's okay to put a fight on in a nation, right? In a nation where apartheid is taking place, and because of the apartheid, people are dying in the streets, and you have a guy saying, "I don't care."
You could do that whole thing here. You could say that you can't do fights in America. There's people dying in the streets. You could do that everywhere. You could do that
So
little moral high ground.
You're comparing the
Yes.
apartheid
You could
to
say
what's going
Israel.
on.
You could say Israel, Beeb. You could say, oh, you can't go to Israel. That's apartheid. You could do that whole thing. Get off your social justice, moral high ground.
That is not
like a
social
female.
justice.
Yeah,
That
it
is
is.
not social justice. That is
It's
you.
some little
That is
left-wing
that is you
bullshit.
being a white. That is you being a white,
No,
ignorant.
it's a little whiny.
You're being a white.
Whiny.
You're being a white, racially insensitive man, not caring that people are dying in the streets.
No,
That
you
just
just
shows.
said that you put words in Aram's
So
mouth by saying he
no,
don't
I
care if
didn't put
people
words.
dying.
No.
You put
He
words in
said
his mouth.
no. I did not put words in his mouth. I said his statements implied strongly that he did not care that people are dying. Like people are dying in the streets because they're being discriminated against, right? Because there's an apartheid going on, right? If you just say you don't care about
Nevertheless, that is circumstantial evidence, and it's not going to matter in the case in the court of law. That's the bottom line.
Let me ask you this, Beeb.
You don't think in today's climate.
Let me ask you this, Beeb.
You don't think in today's climate someone's not going to hear that? Again, you can interrupt me all you want. You're not going to drown out my message, bro. You're not gonna drown me out, bro.
I want to know if you feel the same way about Israel.
Let me ask you. Let me be honest with you. You don't find those comments disturbing at all, Mike?
Yeah, I think they're negligible comments, and I think he's a shrewd dickhead.
You think those? You think those are negligible comments?
Yes, of course, but that's not the issue.
I disagree.
You don't think
I disagree.
You don't think so? I'm sorry. Wait, you don't think those are negligible comments?
When you say negligible,
I'm disagreeing
when you say
I'm saying it's wrong. I think it's wrong what he said.
Okay, so you're saying that those are horrible comments.
Yes, it's heartless and
because sometimes when you say negligible, it means it's like minimal. It's minimal.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm saying it's unsympathetic and unempathetic. Those comments. Yes.
You don't think those are very racially inflammatory comments?
I believe that those comments, while they show a lack of sympathy and a lack of empathy, I think they just show what the guy is. He's a businessman. He's a capitalist in this country.
Okay.
You see that very commonly, and it's not enough to use in this case.
I've never seen.
It's just not enough.
I think it is enough to show character.
I'm saying as far as a judge will see it and a jury will see it,
I'm on that jury. If I'm on that jury, and Little Penny's on that jury, what if there's 10 of us? What if there's 10 Joe Habibs on that jury, and there's 10 little pennies on that journey? Then what happens? Then what happens? Explain to me what happens. What if there's a Joe Habib on that jury? There's a little. Wait a minute. What if there's a Maestro Boxing on that jury? There's a Joe Habib on that jury. There's a little penny. There's a little penny on that jury, right? And what if there is a Tracy on that jury, a boxer girl Tracy on that jury? And what if we take that into account? And that affects how we think. Listen, they're getting ready to cancel Dave Chappelle because of what he said about transsexuals, right? Look at all the backlash and people are going back years, right? They're going back years and canceling people for things they said. So again, Mike, I respect your opinion. If in your opinion, you don't think that means anything, but for you to sit there and say that other people are going to not look at that and they're not going to take issue with that, and they're not going to
The
say that this is a
Can I
pattern of
respond to that?
Wait a minute. You're going to sit there and say that this is not a pattern of behavior from somebody, right? And this doesn't show the type of character this person is, right? To sit there and dismiss this and say that it's going to have no impact, I think, honestly, is very naive, very ignorant, and dare I say, racially insensitive.
Okay.
Maestro, go.
Joe, do you know what's going to happen? Happy Monday, everyone, by the way. And Joe, thank you for dropping me the link. First off, I got to thank you, Joe, for dropping this knowledge today, because I had no idea about Top Rank's ties to apartheid. I had no idea. Maestro, about that.
Thank you, Blood, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, salute to Blood Boxing. And for anyone out there that's saying, "Oh, well, this was happening everywhere. Oh, he was just a
pattern of behavior
doing business." First of all, this wasn't happening everywhere. That's number one. Number two, there were plenty of businesses and sports teams and performers, artists that were refusing to go to South Africa during that time.
People lost tens of millions of dollars during that time.
100%. And you know why they were doing it? For everyone who says, "Oh, well, this was happening everywhere." No, it wasn't. Black people were not allowed to live in cities in that country at that time. Black people were required to live in what they called like these shanty towns out in the outskirts of these cities.
How come Don King wasn't putting on shows? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Sir,
was Don
sir,
King
can I
putting on? Was Don
No, I'm
King?
not done yet. I'm not done yet. Black people to go into the big cities like Cape Town and like Johannesburg had to walk around with identity cards. They couldn't go to the same schools. They couldn't go to the same hospitals. They couldn't vote. They couldn't go to restaurants. They were living like fifth-class citizens, if you even want to call it that, because they didn't even have full citizenship. You guys need to check out this movie with Morgan Freeman on the rugby program there towards the end of apartheid, or just check out the history of athletes over here like Arthur Ashe, who refused to go, or musicians. It was a terrible regime. And yes,
it's worse
to the
now.
person that was asking,
it's worse now.
Israel.
No, it is not
it's worse now over
no,
there.
it is not worse now. You're
it's worse
fucking
now.
crazy.
10 times.
You're fucking crazy. It is not worse now.
Joe,
You're fucking
10
crazy.
times worse.
You're fucking crazy.
No, it's better now.
How is it 10 times
It's a
worse?
dump over there. It's a dump.
You're
It's a
fucking
dump.
crazy. It's worse now. Go ahead, Mike.
A lot of the
All right. So this guy's saying, this guy over here obviously knows nothing about South Africa if he's saying that it's worse. Now, has the ANC, which is the African National Congress, which was Mandela's party, done what people thought they would do? Absolutely not. The poor people that were poor under apartheid, in many respects, are still very poor today. And yes, there has been a bubbling up of certain black people into kind of an elite class, while the majority of them are still poor. But you cannot say that it's worse than it was before. Black people are in politics. Black people are in government. Black people are allowed to work and live in cities.
A thriving nation.
What the fuck are you talking about? It's better now. Black people can go and live in cities.
Now it's a
They don't have to walk around with ID cards. What the hell are you talking about?
It used to be a thriving
nation. Who is it better for?
It used to be a thriving nation.
Let me ask you this.
And now it's a dump.
Let me ask you this. So it was a thriving nation where black people couldn't live in cities, where black people needed to walk around with ID cards, where black people couldn't go to hospitals or go to the same schools. What are you talking about?
Why do you think Elon Musk came from there?
Why do you think Elon Musk came from there? Because he's white, motherfucker. That's why.
Because it was a thriving nation. It was a thriving nation.
Real quick. Let Little Penny get in real quick. Go ahead, Little Penny.
Yeah, you know, back in the 70s and 80s, South Africa was not a thriving country. They were banned from a lot of things, not just sports, like free trade agreements and stuff like that. But now that's gone, and there's a little bit of equal opportunity now in South Africa. The economy has actually increased. Like a lot of those, like what Maestro was saying, a lot of those black people, he's right. They couldn't live in Cape Town. They couldn't live in Johannesburg, because all of those cities, the jobs were in those cities. When they were living out in the outskirts, there were no jobs at all. So now that they can do that, even though sometimes the white people in South Africa are still, like in Johannesburg, they're still like in their own little areas. At least the black people are now allowed to go into those cities, those major cities that have jobs. You know what I mean? So now in today's market, South Africa is definitely way better back in the 70s and 80s.
Okay.
Oh, it's crime-ridden. The crime's way through the
Joe,
roof.
let me just say, okay, because what you just said, Joe, a couple of things you said about my statements, and I have to disagree. I don't.
Mike, I apologize to you if I'm not trying.
Don't apologize for shit.
No, I'm not trying to insult him.
Don't apologize for shit. This guy's out there saying. No. I'm gonna about what you say, Joe. No. This dude's out there saying that South Africa's better now.
No, Mike didn't say that. Mike didn't say that.
Who was saying it was better before than it is now? Oh,
no, Kevin was saying that.
My fault, Mike.
Kevin was saying that. I was.
So Mike, my apologies, bro.
I'm apologizing to Mike because I was a little hard on Mike.
Get all emotional, cry about it, but it's a fact. It's a fact.
It's not a fact, Kevin. The history doesn't support your statements, Kevin.
You know what happened? There's food shortages like crazy.
Kevin, you're wrong.
There's food shortages like
Kevin,
crazy now.
Kevin, you sounded like a racist, man. You sounded like a big time racist. How are you gonna say? How are you gonna say it's better? How are you going to say that it's better now than it was when black people weren't allowed to live in cities? When black people had to walk around with ID cards everywhere? Where black people could only live in shanty towns on the outskirts of cities? Where black people couldn't go to schools and hospitals? How are you going to say that it was better then than it is now? Because of Elon Musk came out of that era?
You want to know why? I'll tell you why.
Let
me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Maybe you're referring to Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is a different country to South Africa. Maybe you're referring to that country because because sometimes people don't know the difference between those two countries.
I'm gonna let Mike get in real quick.
No. I'm gonna respond because I'm gonna come and drop some knowledge. South Africa, it was a thriving, bustling nation
for white people,
and now
for white people.
Exactly.
Regardless.
Not for black people.
No, not regardless. Not regardless.
So you only care.
Not regardless.
Again, you're racially insensitive, Kevin. Just can you admit at least? I'm not going to call you a racist. Can you at least admit you're racially insensitive towards black people?
I'm gonna call him a racist.
I'm going to tell you right now. Would you rather a nation be shit for only one group of people, or would you rather be equally shit?
Here we go.
Everybody?
Here we go.
He just said it.
So it's got to be great for the white minority and shit for everyone else.
Yeah,
that's what he's saying.
Wow.
No, that's what he's saying. He just said it.
This is what
he just said it.
You Happy
MLK Day, Kevin. Happy MLK Day, Kevin.
You know what it was?
King Day, Kevin. Let Mike go, Kevin. You're killing it. Kevin, you're killing yourself.
No, I'm gonna tell you right now. You're getting all emotional.
Let Mike go. Let Mike. Of course, I'm going to get
emotional.
emotional.
The communists.
I am
the communists
came
and took over.
Guilty.
Communists came and took over. The Communist Party came and took over.
Guilty. I'm getting emotional.
The Communist Party did not take over. The ANC took over. The ANC is not the Communist Party. Mandela was working with the Communist Party
let Brandon
before he went to prison. That was one of the only groups of people.
It was communists. They were communists.
Hold up. Let Mike do a quick response, and then I'm going to let Brandon get in because he's been patiently waiting. Mike, go ahead, man.
I just want to make it clear what I was saying. Okay, I'm not denying any of Crawford's claims regarding anything regarding the lawsuit. He may very well win. However, this is the point I was trying to make. I'm looking at this purely from a legal perspective, as if I'm a judge and I'm taking all my emotion out of it. I'm saying that I believe that he will most likely, he could win his case for the breach of contract because that's very cut and dry. I just had an issue with him using race as the forefront of his argument when he doesn't have enough evidence to to make those kind of statements that he made in that opening paragraph. I feel like he did that in order to sensationalize the case, when really that's not the root of what the case is actually about. It's more about breach of contract than it is about race. That's all I was
We
saying.
heard you. We heard you.
Shut up, Kevin.
All right. Well,
you made this
Kevin,
case.
shut up,
I'm
Kevin.
just saying.
You don't talk to the
Shut
kid.
up.
You don't disrespect the kid. He can say whatever he wants. You don't tell him what to say. No one told you what to say. Brandon, go ahead.
Hey, how you fellas doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've been listening for about the past 20 minutes. I agree with Habib's sentiments. Bob Arum I don't know if he's racist per se, but he has been racially insensitive. He's been a snake businessman for a while now. And yeah, some of these guys are right. It will be hard. I think the breach of contract case will be easier to prove if you promised the guy, 2 fights a year and you only gave him 1. He wasn't injured or anything. I feel like he has a case there. The racially insensitive stuff will be hard to prove, but let's be real. In this politically correct, world we live in today, where people are, fear of being canceled and this cancel culture shit, Bob Arum can very well just lose this just because of how sensitive people are today. And I really called in to call Kevin out because Habib, I heard you. I heard you. Kevin, I heard Habib say Kev is racially insensitive. No, Kevin is a flat out racist. Ask him what he called black people on the Boxing Voice. Ask him what he called us. Ask him what he called us. I remember.
Kevin, just admit you're a racist, man.
I remember. Hold on, Habib, because I don't know if you even want a racist prick like this on your show ever again. He called in. He called in on a show about Wilder and AJ. Wanted to talk about how the LDBC called Lomachenko racist or something, which is the Boxing Voice isn't even a part of LDBC. And Nestor Gibbs told him, hey, man, stay on topic. We're talking about Wilder and AJ. If you want to talk about Lomachenko, go somewhere else with that crap. And he called us dumb niggers before he hung up. Tell me I'm lying, Kevin. You racist fucking prick. Tell me I'm lying, Kevin. You racist fucking prick. You called us dumb niggers. You called us dumb niggers. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I got the memory of a fucking elephant. You racist fucking prick. Tell me I'm lying. I'll go find the video right now. Don't make me do it, Kevin.
Go ahead.
Just be a man. Just be a man, you racist fucking prick.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
show me the video, clown. Come on, you little bitch. You little crybaby bitch.
Thank you, man. I gotta boot him out, man. I gotta boot him out.
Boot his ass out on MLK Day. On MLK Day,
you know what he said?
Days of the year, this guy's going off about how South Africa was better under apartheid than it is now.
Brandon.
Yes, sir.
Check this out. He said something worse than dropping the N-word. You know what he said?
What's that?
He said it's okay if a nation thrives only if white people are thriving. Who cares if the black people aren't part of don't reap the benefits and aren't part of a nation thriving? As long as the white people thrive, that's all. It doesn't matter as long as the nation.
It's their land, and it's their land too.
He's a racist.
That's worse than dropping the N-word to me, man.
Not to mention on your show, he's talking all kind of crazy shit about Jews. I remember that too, Joe.
I can't ever let that. And he insulted me one time for my ethnic background being Middle Eastern. I can't let that dude back on.
The Africans only got into South Africa in 1700s or something. The black people in South Africa, they've been there forever.
Yeah.
Look, at the end of the day, look into the story of Steve Nash. Steve Nash's family, they left South Africa and they white. They moved to Canada. That's where he grew up. Why? Because of apartheid. They didn't want their white son growing up in that environment.
Let me just say this. Everyone wants to talk shit about Terrence Crawford, how this is frivolous, how he's sensationalizing. And once again, you have a right to your own opinion. I guarantee you.
Yeah, let's shift back to Terrence Crawford and leave South Africa because this clown is gone now anyway.
Yeah, I guarantee you this.
But Beastmeister, I'm kind of glad.
Let me finish this point. I guarantee you this. Top Rank settles out with Crawford, and Crawford gets paid off.
They damn well should settle out.
That's an admission of guilt right there, bro.
I said it at the beginning, Joe. promotional malpractice. Promotional malpractice. Remember those two words.
This isn't the first time as Bob has done this. 'Cause I remember because I follow Pacquiao's career a lot. I remember a lot of when Pacquiao had Michael Kahns. Top Rank was Michael Kahns is supposed to act on behalf of Manny Pacquiao, not on behalf of Top Rank, right? Because he's the manager, right? And from my understanding, Top Rank was paying Michael Kahns to advise Manny Pacquiao to resign with Top Rank, which is a breach of contract as well. That's the reason why Michael Kahns is no longer Manny's manager, because a lot of Manny Pacquiao's advisors or friends per se in the Philippines were telling him to sign with the PBC because Al Heyman treats his fighters better, right? Because they get more money. Whereas Top Rank was getting 20% of Pacquiao's purse, whereas Al will maybe only get 5 or 10 or whatever. But Michael Kahns was advising Manny to stay with Bob Arum, and because Top Rank was allegedly was paying Michael Kahns some money, right? Which is also a breach of contract. So I'm glad that someone is putting this to light, like Terence Crawford, because it's overdue, man.
Overdue. Rigo should have done it years ago, Penny. He signed the Top Rank, and his promoters going around the media telling everyone that the fighter sucks, the fighter's boring, nobody wants to buy his fights, nobody wants to go to his fights. This is while he's with Top Rank.
And Marshall, did you know that when Nonito Donaire was like one fight away from being a free agent from his Top Rank contract, they were asking him to re-sign with them when during the weigh-in, right? So he already made weight, right? So if he doesn't re-sign with Top Rank, they will have to like cancel the fight, and then he won't get paid. And not only that, he won't get paid. Everyone doesn't get paid. So of course he's gonna resign, and also his mental state is not well because he has to make
weight trained. He's weight trained.
Like, you're under the influence. You know what I mean? So that's another breach of contract. So
I just want to ask you a quick question. I'm a big fan of your show. I watch all the time. Both you guys, you and Beeb. But I just want to ask you a question. So this is my thing. Just based on the way things are right now, especially in boxing, because I see it in boxing the most. The divide right now. The issue I have with this, I feel like the bringing the race into it, the race issue into this situation, is only it's making us grow further apart. I feel like it's causing more conflict, more arguments, and I don't think we need that right now. We don't need any more things coming in and making us argue with each other about racial issues when there's already such a racial divide in this day and age. That's just my thing.
Well, I think this actually helped black fighters, and in particularly, this had a direct impact on one black fighter, in my opinion. Shakur Stevenson has been calling out Oscar Valdez for a long time, right? And he was continuously told that by Bob Arum, I want to match Valdez against Navarrete, and I want to match Shakur Stevenson versus Lomachenko. And if you're
Valdez against Burchelt too, Joe.
And Burchelt, right? So why would you not make Shakur Stevenson versus Valdez, which is a natural fight, right? It would be a great fight. You have one guy who's aggressive, one guy who's a counterpuncher. Style-wise, it's a great fight. You could argue these are the two best guys in the division. Number two, it would be for a unification fight. Why would you make Shakur Stevenson, who just won the title, move up and fight Lomachenko just so Lomachenko can get a fight and help Lomachenko while hurting Shakur Stevenson? Because I believe it's a better fight for Shakur Stevenson being able to unify, puts him in a better position in the division because he has the opportunity to get 2 belts and be a major player at 130. So now so conveniently, yesterday it was announced that we are going to get Shakur Stevenson versus Oscar Valdez, where before we weren't going to get it. Now, call me a conspiracy theorist if you want. You don't think that this lawsuit and the allegations from Crawford helped Shakur Stevenson get that Valdez fight? I think it had played a very direct impact. So you could say all you want about this racial component and how you feel about it. And again, I'll respect your opinion because you haven't been, you've been, if that's how you feel, you have to feel. I don't think you've been racially, I don't even think you've been racially insensitive. I think maybe, in my opinion, you may be a little bit uninformed or whatever. That's just my opinion. I'm not trying to insult you or whatever, but just the simple fact of what happened in this short period of time as a result, or possibly of a result, in my opinion, of this lawsuit and these allegations, I think this is a step in the right direction for black fighters.
I'll tell you what else happened, Joe. It came out maybe Friday, or it might have been Thursday or Friday. Top Rank sent out a tweet lauding Shakur Stevenson, like out of the blue.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
yeah,
he's our great fighter. We're looking forward to a great year, whatever, something along those lines.
Yeah.
So who knows? But at the end of the day, if he was the victim of something, it's his right to seek financial retribution and, whatever else through our legal system here. And that's what he's doing. Look, is boxing racially divided? Yes, it is, unfortunately. It's been that way for a very long time. Just go back to the career of Jack Johnson, if you want to go all the way back. Possibly other people, well, not possibly, many other people as well, even during his time.
Not just him, a lot of black fighters back then. He was.
No, that's what I mean. I mean, there's all kinds. Sam Langford, like you could talk about all kind of fighters in those days. He's just probably the most famous example of it.
Yes.
The fact is, there's still this issue here. The only way we're gonna get rid of it is to, talk about it. And if anyone listens to me, they know that I take a class-based approach to most of my analysis. I look at class. I look at things through the perspective of a working class person, whether it's a working class white person or working class black person or working class any other person. We all share most things in common, which is that we work to survive and we're getting exploited by the people that work for us. That's the perspective I take, and that's a perspective that unites pretty much everyone here. But at the same time, there is this element there, and Joe's brought some very important evidence to the table, I think, in terms of the history of this promotional company. Unfortunately, it's not a very good history.
Yeah, and I'm glad that Bud has stood up to Top Rank, because a lot of these promotional companies have taken advantage of boxers, man, throughout the years. Like even who's the heavyweight in the 80s that Top Rank used to use? Not Top. Don King used to. Who's that? The guy who has
Mike Tyson?
Everyone?
No, not Tyson. Larry Holmes. I remember Larry Holmes. He used. Don King used to steal money from him as well. This has to stop.
I don't ever remember, and I've told Maestro this, and he's heard me. I sound like a broken record. I don't remember any time in boxing where I've seen so many people be fans of promoters and defend promoters more than the fighters. Like people are rooting for Bob Arum to win this case, and they're defending Bob Arum here. And Mike, a lot of people are saying, well, this racial element is just doing this to sensationalize the case. And I just don't believe that. I like Shakur Stevenson's complained. He's complained. Floyd Mayweather's complained. Rigan Diaz complained. And there's been numerous other black fighters I've been told that have complained, but just didn't make it public because they were concerned about getting blackballed and sidelined, right? So I don't think these people are just saying these things just so they could play the race card, just so they can sensationalize a case. I do believe these people feel this way. I do feel they believe they are racially there's a racial bias against them, or they're being racially discriminated against in some way, shape, or form. I legitimately believe that.
Let me give you a preview real quick of the typical Top Rank promotion, right? Mexican fighter, Mexican music starts. It's the tricolor, the red, the green, and the white, right? It's Mexican Independence Day weekend. It's Cinco de Mayo. Irish fighter. Let's get this dude out on St. Patrick's Day. Let's play up those colors. Puerto Rican Day parade. Day weekend. Let's do this. Let's promote that. Top Rank's approach to boxing for pretty much as long as I've been watching boxing, and I'm pushing 40, has been a cookie cutter, ethnic based style of promotion. And people are like, well, the PBC also shows racial bias. They don't do this like that. They don't promote in the same cookie cutter, ethnic day, ethnic celebration style of promoting. I have a lot of other issues with the PBC, but Top Rank, I think more than any other promoter, does this. I mean, you don't see Eddie Hearn doing it. Top Rank is in its own lane when it comes to ethnic based promotion, in my view.
Yeah, I think history has shown that, but we look at boxing as a whole. In a case like this, I'm not trying to accuse him of using the race card. That's not what I'm doing. I'm actually on his side. I think that he should get compensated because I believe Bob Arum breached the contract, and I also believe that Bob Arum is a shrewd businessman, unempathetic, and he's a prick. So that's one thing. However, I just feel like the insertion of the racial, the comments about race at the beginning of the lawsuit, I just feel like that he could have won the lawsuit and just as well. I just don't feel like that information was necessary in order to build his case. I just don't see that part of it.
But that's what he believes, though, Mike. We can't.
But what I will say, Mike, sorry, Joe, go ahead.
I just think that's what he believes. And I'm going to be honest with you. Whether this be from malice, negligence, ignorance, or whatever, I think that Bob Arum, in his mind, does believe it's harder to promote African-American or Black fighters. I do believe that he believes that.
He probably does.
I do believe that.
What I will say, too, is obviously that was the attention-grabbing, headline-creating, clickbait, pushing tagline of the racial component. And what's interesting to me is, other than Joe, I mean, most of the people that have been discussing this, and myself, too, I got to give myself a pat on the back. Most people haven't even been discussing this other stuff, the promotional malpractice, the fact that he didn't do a professional job with this guy as his client. Most people, unfortunately, are only focusing on the racial component, which I think is problematic too, because there are other issues there as well. Principally being the man's trashing his fighter while his fighter is still under contract. Now, the interesting thing about that, the only two people I can remember him doing that to, right, are Rigondeaux and Crawford. Now, someone else told me he did it
Mayweather.
Mayweather as well. I mean, there is a little bit of a track record there.
I can't ignore.
I agree.
Sorry, Mark. When Mayweather was with Top Rank, and this is when he was younger, I remember Mayweather saying, "Hey, Bob, let's tap into the hip hop culture because that's obviously hip hop is with the African Americans," and Bob said no. And that's
Bob said that. Bob has said that happened.
Yeah, and that's when the friction of him and Floyd started, because Floyd wanted to grab that
urban.
Much in the way of like an Allen Iverson in basketball or many other
sort of like what Tank's doing right now.
Yes. And Bob said no, and that's when the friction started. That's when like they started arguing, and then Mayweather bought out his contract.
Yeah, he was told he's never going to be a superstar.
The Pacquiao Mayweather fight was not under Top Rank, correct, Joe?
No, it was both.
No.
Right.
Both.
When did Pacquiao make his biggest bag?
Mayweather.
Okay. When did Cotto make his biggest bags?
Mayweather.
No, after Top Rank. De La Hoya. after Top Rank. I mean, there's a little bit of a track record.
I was trying to tell Eric this, and he dismissed it.
I mean, it's like how many of these dudes are making their biggest bags after they leave this promotional company?
Top Rank has a history of building prospects, but not maintaining stars. The star people.
Oh yeah, you got to give them that. Yeah, they're very good at that.
But everyone
let
leaves.
me ask you guys something. What do you guys think, though, the effect of the people that are coming out and supporting? Let's just look at this completely from a legal aspect. Okay, so
who's coming out?
For example, Muhammad Ali's daughter, and let's say, and George Foreman. George Foreman made a statement. He's saying he's not a saint, but Bob Arum is one of the finest men I know.
Okay.
You could call me about 25 other guys, 30 other guys, and ask me that question, and I wouldn't return the call. But not this one. He's got a passion for his fellow man.
Okay.
I mean, he's basically saying Bob Arum's a piece of shit, but he's not. I don't feel he's racist. That's what it sounds like to me. So, how do you think that's going to impact the case?
Good point. Well, the thing with Ali, right? Ali's son is currently signed to Top Rank. Ali's son is getting a bigger push than Xander Zayas. I'll tell you why I say that. I'm there at the Garden for the Lomachenko-Comey fight. Xander Zayas is fighting off TV. Nico Ali Walsh is the opening fight on the TV portion of the card. So at the end of the day, she's not exactly the best person to adjudicate this because she's got a conflict of interest, straight up and down. So does Bradley. Bradley works for the man right now as a color commentator. George Foreman's entitled to his views, but George Foreman lived in a different era where he's probably saying, damn, man, I remember when I was living, black people, we weren't allowed to drink from the same fountains. School segregation was much worse than it is today, even though it's still pretty bad today. It was much worse back then. It was a different level of racism, overt racism that George Foreman was living under. And from his perspective, it's probably like, yo, this guy Crawford, like, what's he talking about? Like, black people in my era had it way worse, which is something you hear a lot from older black people, to be honest. So, he's coming from an older person's perspective as well. Joe, I see you saying something.
Well, I mean, that there's only one fighter that really came out and spoke on behalf of Arum, and that was Foreman. But
Muhammad Ali's daughter,
but she's not a fighter. Like how does she's never been under contract. She's never been promoted by Arum.
Her words were very powerful. The way that she said it. I mean, what she said exactly? She said, Bob's a great guy. Top Rank is a terrific company. We're rooting for you guys. All this stuff, and she said, Bud Crawford's lawsuit against Top Rank is frivolous. I mean, he goes on to say, she goes on to say, Bob Arum stood with my father when no one else would, and he's the reason why black and brown fighters have made it to where they are today. So something along
Bob Arum saw financial. Bob Arum saw a financial. He had a financial incentive to work with Ali, the biggest star in the sport. Arguably one of the biggest athlete, the biggest athlete in the world of that era. And who is she to know that this is a frivolous lawsuit? Has she seen the legal paperwork? Right? Did she at all address one of the core claims of Terrence Crawford, which is that he trashed Terrence Crawford publicly? Was he doing a good job when he did that? Was he doing a good job when he's sitting up there in front of the media telling the world that he's losing money on all of Terrence Crawford's fights and that he could buy a house in Beverly Hills? I mean, would she like it if her son was being spoken about like that? Up on stage with Bob, and Bob is talking about how much money he's losing with Nico Ali Walsh? Of course not.
The crazy thing is Top Rank was founded by Jabir Herbert Muhammad, right? And Muhammad Ali also helped start the company. He was an early investor, right? And what had happened was these guys all somehow got phased out, and now it's all Bob Arum, right? So how did that happen? There's also been accusations that Arum kind of cut them guys out as time went on.
Also, Joe, also in the early 2000s, when Top Rank had Marquez and Pacquiao and Bradley, they didn't want to work with PBC. They wanted to keep it in house. So that's another thing, like, because they wanted to because they've got a monopoly in the market, they wanted to phase all the other ones out in the welterweight division. You know what I mean? So that's another like shady.
And here's the other thing people don't understand too. When you talk about, oh, he promoted Foreman, Marvin Hagler, Sugar Ray Leonard. Yeah, but he never had like long-term deals with those guys. He would promote one fight here, one fight there. Like back in those days, fighters bounced around from promoter to promoter. They didn't have long-term deals. They'd be one fight with one guy, another fight with another guy. Sugar Ray Leonard, when he fought Roberto Duran the first time, that was a Don King fight. You know what I mean? Like Bob and Don like went back and forth promoting these guys. You know what I mean? All these guys that Top Rank promoted, so did Don King promote. Like it's not the same animal. Like these guys weren't locked in like these guys are now. They were exploited in different ways, but now fighters are exploited because they're locked into these long-term deals.
Yeah.
You didn't have these network battles like you had back, but today that you have that you have today, that you didn't have those back then. You know what I mean? So it's hard to compare today with back then. You know what I mean? It's just
I agree.
It's a different animal.
It's also, just as full disclosure, it's not just Top Rank. Also, there's a lot of people that are complaining on the TMT end too. Like Mickey Bay has recently said that TMT owes him money too, because they promised him like a number of fights and they couldn't deliver that. So it's not just Top Rank. I'm just full disclosure.
I think we can all agree that promoters are pretty much scumbags. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know how else to say it. Like they just are. Like
I mean, 100%. People need to check out our next episode of Sucker Punch. Me and Joe. I mean, we've been talking about this for a few episodes of our show now. At the end of the day, boxers are workers. They're workers like us. And I think this is a point that Joe was making that was missed by a lot of people saying, oh, well, they make millions of dollars, blah, blah, blah. Well, some of them make millions of dollars for a very short period in their lives. It's not like they can box until they're 65. I'm a teacher. I can work until pretty much until I'm physically unable to do that, which is is going to be a lot longer than a boxer is able to earn money. But at the end of the day, they're making money for other people, just like we are as workers. And the fact that somebody makes millions of dollars like Crawford doesn't mean that they should be disrespected, which, Joe, I mean, I heard someone who was online with you on Saturday just outright disrespecting the man, which I felt was very uncalled for, and at the end of the day, they're entitled to be treated with respect. And when they hire someone to do a job, that person should be doing that job. That person shouldn't be trashing them publicly. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, why would they not? Why would they not make millions of dollars if the promoter is if the event is generating millions of dollars? And then this whole thing about fighters losing money for the events and this, that, and the third. But here's the problem. You could say all that if you want, but Terrence Crawford is getting paid what the market pays fighters. Like that's the market for fighters. If fighters are getting paid millions of dollars, like top fighters across the board, this is a guy who's the best fighter in his division, arguably. He's an elite fighter. He's getting paid based off of his talent and his ability. So it's not like he hasn't earned the money that he's getting. Like no one's just giving him money for the sake of giving him money. Bob Arum invested money in Crawford because he believed in him, right? And now he's frustrated that he couldn't get the fights for Crawford that he wanted to, and now he's blaming Crawford for that. And he's trying to just brush off the blame off himself towards Crawford, which is not fair, and it's not right.
The other thing people are missing, I feel too, Joe, is that boxing promoters invest in fighters, they'll be willing to lose quote unquote money on certain fights with the aim of making it back tenfold on the big fight.
It's a risky business, man. I mean, there's no guarantees in the sport, you know.
100%. And he may have lost some money on Kell Brook because it was fought inside a television studio, pretty much. He may have lost money on certain other Crawford fights, but they would have gotten that money back. I mean, I'm sure they thought they would if they had gotten the big fight for Crawford. But they didn't get that big fight for Crawford. Is that Crawford's fault?
I just don't understand why Crawford, why everyone's criticizing Crawford's personality. His what's wrong with Crawford's personality? What's wrong with Crawford? Like his story. Why does he have to go out there and act like put on a circus show just so people could like him? Like that once again, that reinforces another stereotype, I believe. Let
me give you an example though about Terrence Crawford. I mean, I've heard of him doing things that I can see why people may have, negative feelings towards him. Such thing as, I heard someone walk up to him, wanted to get an autograph, and Terrence Crawford, not only did he say no, he pushed him away. He's kind of a standoff individual. So, I mean, I'm just saying, I understand what people say. Maybe he's not the most likable guy, but that doesn't mean I don't think he deserves to be compensated for what he's worth. I'm just saying I can understand.
I never heard that story. I'm not denying it, but I've seen many other stories when he's been really nice to fans and he's gone to events and done things for fans and visited fans, kids at hospitals and stuff like that. To me, he comes off as a family man. He's a hard worker. He's dedicated to his craft. He's not out there getting involved in shady things. He's not out there, getting in fights. He's not beating up women. He's not getting himself in trouble. I just because he's a low key guy, I just don't think he has to go out there and be something he's not. I mean, you should find a way to be able to promote this guy. And at the end of the day, basically, if he got the big fights, then he would do good numbers. He just never got the big fights that he needed. And I blame Top Rank for that. It's just my opinion. You can't get if you're sitting there saying you blocked the Pacquiao fight, which could have catapulted him in his career, and you're saying things like you cared about Pacquiao's health, and then when Pacquiao leaves you, then you try to make the Pacquiao fight when it's too late. It would have been much easier to make the fight when you had them both under contract. But now, you didn't have Pacquiao under contract, so now you have to try to find ways to get money for the fight, and get these Dubai investors or whatever. Here's the thing. I mean, that you couldn't secure the fights. It's your fault. You're the promoter. It's your job to get these fights done. It's not Crawford's job. All Crawford has to do is go out there and fight the fights and win. This guy's got 9 knockouts in a row. Name one active champion out there right now that has 9 knockouts in a row, that has been as dominant and has looked as impressive as Terrence Crawford has for as long as he has looked impressive.
There's no one even close.
So that has to mean something. Brandon, you're back. Go ahead, brother.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to first of all, I want to say keep up the great work, you and Maestro. Fan of both of you.
Thank you.
You said that the only fighter that came out, to support Bob Arum was George Foreman. I just wanted to correct you. Tim Bradley on this past Saturday.
Tim Bradley kind of did. Yeah, kind of did. Yeah. He was more. I thought he was a little bit neutral about it. He said I was never mistreated, and I'm going to leave it at that. Like George Foreman came out and actually kind of was criticizing Crawford, and so was Ali's daughter. Like they were dismissing the lawsuit, calling it frivolous, this and that. Tim Bradley, I don't think did that. He basically just said, "Well, I haven't been treated poorly, and I'll leave it at that." So you could look at that as him coming out defending Top Rank, but to me, it looked like he took more of a neutral stance because he does have a relationship with.
It seems like he took it in the sense of, I was asked the question, I'm going to answer as truthful as possible, but I'm staying out of that for the most part. I'm going.
That's the impression I got. He was just trying to stay out of it and be neutral. To be honest with you,
and he basically was I'm not going to say anything negative. Even if I had something negative to say, I'm not going to say it.
Yeah, because he's kind of friends. He's kind of friends with Tim Bradley too. So I think he didn't want to kind of put himself at odds with Tim Bradley as well.
And Terrence Crawford is my favorite fighter. Like probably top 5 all-time favorite. So I try to see the case from both points. I don't want to be biased towards Terrence. I'm trying to see how could Bob win this case. I'm trying to play devil's advocate. And with Terrence, he's bringing this case to court. It's his job to prove Bob is a racist. All Bob has to do is pick holes in each allegation. So if you say I'm racist because I didn't get you the Pacquiao fight and I didn't get you the Pacquiao fight because you're black, Tim Bradley got 3 of them shits and he's black. So how can I be racist? I've got black fighters fights against Pacquiao. So if I got Bradley the Pacquiao fight and he's black, how can I be racist because I didn't get you the Pacquiao fight? I'm just looking at it in every little case.
Let me read to you once again, because I don't know if you were on earlier. I'm going to read to you the actual points of the case. What is actually the pieces of the suit here? So number 1 is breach of complaint for number 1, breach of contract. Number 2, breach of contract. Number 3, fraudulent misrepresentation. Number 4, negligent misrepresentation. Number 5, breach of implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing. And number 6, to torturous breach of the implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing. Now, what he claims is, though, in his contract, he's supposed to get 2 fights a year. One year, he only got 1 fight. He was averaging $4.5 million per fight. So he feels that Bob Arum owes him $4.5 million for a fight that he did not deliver one of the years of the contract. Number 2, he was told that if he signed for the Kavaluskas fight, that he would get a $900,000 bonus if he and Spence were ready and willing and in shape and able to fight their fight. And Bob Arum basically told him if he signed this Kavaluskas fight that he would get him the Spence fight, and he feels as though he was misrepresented and misled because of he signed that contract believing he would get the Spence fight and get that $900,000 bonus, which he did not. So those are two things that I think he has strong evidence to prove. The racial thing isn't really it's mentioned in the case, but he's not the suit does not have it's not a discrimination suit. It's really not. So he's saying that he believes he was misrepresented, and there was neglect and negligence because of racial bias, but he's not suing for discrimination. So he doesn't have to prove discrimination. He's just saying he believes that those things happened because of he was treated the way he was treated because of racial bias, in other words. So
Bob Arum, man, if you don't sell, he's gonna say you don't sell. I remember when he said that 3rd Bradley Pacquiao, it did like 400K. He called it a flop. He's been asked, is he in the red or the black with Tyson Fury? He said he's in the red. Bruce Trampler said they've lost money on the
I never heard him come out and say he lost money with Fury. I heard Bruce Trampler say he lost money with Fury.
Yeah, I don't like promoting other people's channels on other people's show, but he was on a show and he was asked that question: are you in the red or black with Tyson Fury? And he said, I'm in the red. They've lost money. Bob Arum said it.
Brandon, it's fine to source your statement. So I don't think Joe's gonna have a problem with that.
Oh,
right,
okay.
Joe?
Well, it was on Fred from Barbershop when he interviewed Bob. He asked him the question: are you in the red or black with Tyson Fury? And Bob said, we're in the red with him. So if you don't make him money, man, he ain't gonna lie for you.
Did he go as far as like talking about Tyson Fury the way he talked about Terrence Crawford?
Absolutely not. And that's where the racially insensitive stuff can come into play. Or
ego.
Like I said, now that you broke ego. Some people, say his age and he's older, that plays a factor. So people try to be a little more sensitive because he's 90. Old people can say what the hell they want. That's how I took it, but some people might not take it like that. I just feel like what I was hoping, you broke the case down. So it seems like the racial shit is more of a fire starter to get attention to the case, but the breach of contract and the stuff like that is the real meat and potatoes of it. And I do think he has a case from that point, because if you offer a guy 2 fights a year and you only give him one, he wasn't injured. People were fighting during the pandemic. You owe that guy that fight so he can win that case. If you promised him, which is dumb as hell, if you promised him 900,000, if you can't get him an Earl fight, a fighter you have no, contract on, why would he make that promise? I don't know, which is stupid on Bob Arum's point. You owe him that money if you didn't get it next. I just think Bob Arum, they sold him a dream in the hopes that PBC would play ball in the long run. And when they didn't play ball with you, you can't get mad at Terrence Crawford because you told him you could get him these fights that you probably couldn't, because you don't have any contractual ties to PBC fighters. So why are you promising your guy you can get him big fights with PBC fighters?
He thought he could get him the Spence fight because they were able to make the fight with Wilder, and he thought that showed that there was the strengthening of the relationship between himself and PBC. And if you notice now, all of a sudden, before he used to talk, and why wasn't his lawsuit against PBC ever called frivolous? Why didn't the press ever come out and attack that lawsuit and call that lawsuit frivolous? But this lawsuit's frivolous. So he sues PBC, which is the most frivolous contract I've ever seen in my life. Basically, you're crying because somebody was able to get more money than you. And you're blaming them for being able to negotiate a good business deal instead of going out there and trying to do a better deal yourself, try to out-promote that company. You're sitting there crying and complaining and wanting to move the goalpost in order to help you. So that was ridiculous. So that wasn't a frivolous lawsuit, but this one is. Come on.
Yeah, I don't get it. But my question to you guys is, where does Terrence Crawford go from here as far as in the ring? Who does he fight next? You guys think?
I think if Josh Taylor beats Jack Catterall, I think he'll fight Josh Taylor over in the UK on being promoted by Boxer. I think the event would be promoted by Boxer, and I think it'd be on Sky pay-per-view, and I think he'll fight him in a stadium in the UK. And then after that,
even with Josh Taylor's ties to Top Rank.
But I think because they're both tied to MTK Global and because the fight will be on the UK, a couple things can happen. Josh Taylor is undisputed at 140 pounds, just like Terrence Crawford was undisputed at 140, and just like Alexander Usyk was undisputed at cruiserweight. Both guys, Crawford and Usyk, became mandatories after they moved up in the higher weight class because they were undisputed, and they petitioned the WBO to make them mandatory by giving them super champion status. Josh Taylor could very easily do that, and then the fight could be mandated by the WBO, and it could, and Arum's not going to really be part of it anyways. He'll get his promotional cut. He can step out of the way and still get his promotional cut from Josh Taylor, but not really promote the fight because it's going to be in the UK. He can let Boxer promote it. Or he could even go to Perch bids if the WBO mandates it, and then it could even be on DAZN, it could be on Matchroom, whatever. But I've already talked to people in the UK. They're willing to basically welcome Terrence Crawford over there with open arms. I mean, Clarissa Shields signed a deal with Boxer and Sky Sports, and her next fight's going to be on Sky Sports, and she's going to be fighting Savannah Marshall over on Sky Sports. So I think he can go the UK route. And then if he beats Josh Taylor, he could fight Virgil Ortiz, who's a Golden Boy fighter, on DAZN, which would be another great fight. So I think the potential for Terrence Crawford to make money elsewhere is out there, because everyone told Floyd Mayweather once he left Top Rank, and Bob Arum said this, he's never going to be a star, right? And everyone that left Top Rank made more money. Mikey Garcia fought Jesse Vargas on DAZN. He reportedly got $7 million for that fight. I don't think he's ever made $7 million with Top Rank. So I think there are options for Terrence Crawford outside of Top Rank, and I think that he could, become a name in the UK. I've said that.
He could go up to 154 as well.
Yeah, you can go to 154.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was thinking, because his boy, one of his trainers, said the next fight would be at 154. And the first fight that came to mind for me was Tim Tszyu. He's #1 in the WBO at 154. You can go over there and make some good money, and that'll put you in, a great position to challenge for the winner, Castano Charlo, at 54. Because I don't think, even if Errol Spence beats Ugas, or Ugas beat Errol Spence, they still, unless this Stanionis guy's willing to take another step aside deal, that fight ain't happening this year. So
here's the thing. The big thing on Crawford, they're saying, is he can't sell. So if he has a successful event with Josh Taylor, right, that's a feather in his cap, and that could change people's minds. Heard Keith Thurman say he has no problem fighting Terrence Crawford. Now, Errol Spence came out and said he didn't want to fight Keith Thurman. There's bad blood because when Keith Thurman was champion, Errol Spence wanted to fight him. He wouldn't fight him. So there could be a little bit of retribution on Errol Spence's Errol Spence's part. And because Keith Thurman's 33 and he's running out of options basically, and he he's looking to get a belt, he had no problem throwing his name in the hat with Terrence Crawford. So I don't think PBC, just by PBC saying they can't afford him and they won't sign him, I don't think that means that they'll never work with him in the future. I think that there are fights out there. I think Crawford does have the opportunity to kind of strengthen his brand and build himself up. And then, I think he'll get more fights. Georgie, go ahead.
Yeah, I got a question for Maestro there.
Maestro, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Buenos días, Georgie. Feliz lunes. ¿Cómo estás?
I just got a question. Is Terrence Crawford an ignorant man? Didn't Terrence Crawford knew about what happened in South Africa with Bob Arum and still signed with him?
I'll be honest with you, Georgie. In this regard, I was ignorant. I didn't know about this South Africa stuff until Joe told me about it this morning. I was ignorant about that one too.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't know about that, so we don't know if Terrence Crawford knew about that or not. You got to understand when you file a lawsuit and you have representation, right? You got people going back and trying to find dirt on the guy that you're suing. So he very well could not have known that. Well, I can't answer the question whether he knew or not, to be perfectly honest with you.
Well, Beeb, you and me about the same age. You 52, right?
Yes.
I'm 49.
Yes.
I knew about it.
I didn't know about it. You know how I found out about it? And I'm going to full disclosure. I was watching a video from Boxing Beats and Rhymes, and he brought it up. I didn't recall it because I was born in 1969. That happened in 1970. I was 1 year old. So I did not know about it. I found out about it recently myself. That's why I just brought it to the forefront. So shout out to Boxing Beats and Rhymes, because he was the one that brought it up. So
I would like to know what angle will happen if this question is brought into court. How would that play out? Because if they asked Crawford, do you knew this? That's a really key important point.
Yeah, I can't answer that question because I don't know if he knew or not.
But do you think that will be played on court? Do you think he's going to be asked that question?
Even if he's asked that question, that has no impact on whether or not the contract was breached.
So what happened on South Africa will not matter on court?
No, I'm talking about the breach of contract. It will not matter in the breach of contract. Well, as far I'm talking just legally, in their contract, if Bob Arum violated something, that fact of what he said about South Africa is not going to impact whether or not he breached the contract based on the terms that are written in that contract, is what I'm saying.
I'll tell you this. Terrence Crawford, if he is asked that question, which I don't know if he will or will not be asked that question, He could very well say, I wasn't born then. I was not aware of that until I filed this case and it was brought to my attention.
Yeah. I mean, he's younger than I am, and that was before I was born.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Here's the complaint in the case. There's 6 complaints in the case. 1 is breach of contract. Number 2 is breach of contract. Number 3 is fraudulent misrepresentation. Number 4 is negligent misrepresentation. Number 5 is breach of the implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing. Number 6 is to tortuous breach of the implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing. So the breach of contract is he was promised 2 fights a year, according to him, and he has documentation to prove that. One of the years he's under contract, he only got 1 fight. He was averaging $4.5 million for each fight. So he believes he's owed $4.5 million for the fight he was not given. He was told that if he signed to fight with Kavaluskas, because Bob Arum owed ESPN 1 more fight for the year, because he owed ESPN a certain amount of fights per year, and he needed Crawford to fight Kavaluskas to fulfill that part of their agreement. He was told if he if he got the signed to fight Kavaluskas, that he would get the Spence fight next. And if he's willing and able and healthy enough to fight Spence, and Spence is willing and able to fight Spence,
one second, B.
Then he's promised to get $900,000.
We need the original contract.
I'm reading the contract.
No, that's
excuse me, I'm reading the lawsuit.
The lawsuit, yes.
So we need the original contract. Well, again, I read the contract.
The original contract that
excuse me, I didn't read the contract. I read the lawsuit.
That's what I'm saying. So
Crawford,
what he's claiming, we need the contract.
Again, I read the lawsuit.
We need the contract.
Again, you're not letting me finish.
Go ahead, sorry.
Did you read the lawsuit?
Yes, but the lawsuit.
No. Did you read the 23-page lawsuit? Yes or no?
I'm listening to the part that is.
Did you read the 23-page contract? Yes or no?
No, Beebs.
I read it.
Okay.
He says that there's documentation saying that, and
but you're talking about the lawsuit, right?
Yes.
But the original contract that the lawsuit is referring to, we don't have that, do we?
He has it, and he's saying that he has.
Okay, he has it. Bob has it. We don't have it.
No, Crawford says he has it, and Top Rank says he has it.
They both got a copy, but we, the public, we don't have the original contract. So
why would we have the contract?
Well, it would be nice to have the contract to see what the contract say, and what Crawford is saying is correct. That Bob promised that.
Why are you questioning whether Terrence Crawford is telling the truth, but you're not questioning?
Because it's an allegation. If somebody accuses you of rape, I'm going to believe them.
But you're not questioning.
It's an accusation now.
Why are you not questioning?
Accusation.
Again, why are you raising your voice?
Because it's an accusation, simple, and you don't.
What I'm asking you is, why are you giving Bob Arum the benefit of the doubt that
there is no? I'm asking for the original contract. I'm not asking for Bob Arum's side. I'm asking for the same paper they both got. They both signed.
You're not going to get that. That's going to be presented in court.
So then we don't know. Until we don't see that, we don't know. If Crawford, what he's saying is right or he's wrong. He's alleging.
No, he's not alleging, because he has proof of it. How is he alleging something if he's saying he has proof?
That's what I'm saying. So if that is something he's saying something.
If he's telling you he has the contract, then if you don't believe him, then you don't believe him.
No, he's not saying that you don't get it, B.
I think what we could do, Georgie, too, is go through past like press releases and stuff like that for key details in the contract. Stuff like how many fights he was guaranteed a year. You know, I'm sure there are media reports out there about his guaranteed minimums. This
is a Top Rank breach, the 2018 exclusive promotional right agreement. So it's being referenced. It's being referenced.
That's it. It's being quoted.
But there's an actual There is an actual document
there is
that
any
he
quotation marks of the legal document referring to the original contract.
again. He is referencing.
Referencing mean referring. That doesn't mean quoting.
Again. He is referencing a document that he signed. That he has.
Is he quoting it? Letter by letter, because I can refer anything, beats. I can refer into fucking anything.
So why would he present this argument if he didn't have the document? He signed a contract. He knows what he signed.
Beeps, I'm not saying he don't have the document. I'm saying, like the paper said, that he referring to it. He's not quoting the document. He's alleging.
On October, no, he's not. He's saying what his fact.
Well, I don't know English.
Yo, real quick, I gotta run because I got some stuff to do. But I'll listen on YouTube.
Doesn't mean it's a quote. I'm sorry. Then my English is really fucked up. Last time I checked the dictionary, when you refer to something, doesn't mean you quote a fact.
He's saying he has the document that there is an actual. He's telling you what was in the contract.
No, he's referring to it. He ain't quoting nothing. He's telling he's telling you his interpretation of the contract. That's why he's alleging.
He's not telling you the interpretation of the contract. He's telling you what
he said when he said he's referring. That's what he means.
No, he's not.
That's the key word, Beeps.
No, he's not. He's not. He's not
looking in the dictionary.
No, referring is again. Referring does not mean alleging. He's referring.
It doesn't mean quoting either. It doesn't mean quoting either.
On October 11th, Top Rank and Crawford entered again. On October 11th, Top Rank and Crawford entered into a championship bout agreement for a 12-round bout with Crawford to defend his WBO World Championship belt against Aginas Kavaluskas. And there's a 2019 Kavaluskas bout agreement in this lawsuit. Both Arum and DeBuff negotiated the 2019 Kavaluskas bout agreement with Crawford on Top Rank's behalf. During the negotiations in or about October 2019, Crawford and his negotiating team informed Arum and DeBuff he would not take the fight for the $4 million being offered to him. Arum and DeBuff informed Crawford that he should take the offer because a fight with Errol Spence was right around the corner and that Top Rank could quickly make the Spence-Crawford fight happen. In fact, Arum and DeBuff said Top Rank would include a Spence bonus in the 2019 Kavaluskas bout agreement in excess of $900,000, and it's listed here, and it's highlighted, and it's Arum, DeBuff, Spence representation. So that's in the lawsuit. Okay. Because they were confident they could make a fight with Crawford and Spence before the end of 2020. This made the Kavaluskas fight worth it for Crawford based on the provision in the contract, which is listed here, right? The Spence bonus provision. Crawford will provide this court with a copy of the 2019 bout agreement upon Top Rank's approval. Top Rank failed to offer Errol Spence Jr. fight to Crawford on or before December 31st, 2020, even though Spence was physically able to compete in the professional boxing at this time. Moreover, Top Rank did not pay the bonus in excess of $9,000 to Crawford under the Spence bonus provision set forth in the 2019 Kavaluskas bout agreement in breach of said agreement. Upon information and belief at the time Top Rank entered the 2019 Kavaluskas bout agreement, Top Rank knew they would not be able to deliver a Crawford-Spence fight pursuant to the terms of the Spence bonus provision set forth in 2019 to the bout agreement. Top Rank needed Crawford to sign the 2019 Kavaluskas bout agreement in order to honor its obligations to ESPN, and despite and fraudulently entered into the 2019 Kavaluskas bout agreement with the Spence bonus provision, despite never intending to perform that promise, in order to fraudulently induce Crawford into entering the 2019 bout agreement. So he was coerced and misled into signing that agreement with the promise of a Spence fight, and he has the documentations, he says, to prove it. So, And there's also some other stuff here, promotional rights agreement, which is cited in this. During the first year of the 2018 agreement, Top Rank offered Crawford 2 fights between October 13, 2018 and October 12, 2019. Fights with Jose Benavidez, October 13, 2018, and American, April 20, 2019. Crawford was paid $3 million for the Benavidez fight bout, plus $45,000 in training expenses, right? And he was paid $4.8 million plus $50,000 training expenses for the American bout. During the second year of the 2018 agreement, which is cited here in the contract, they have a 2018 agreement. Top Rank offered Crawford only 1 fight between October 13th, 2019 of 2020, which was the bout with Kavaluskas. Crawford was paid. Thus, Top breached the 2018 by failing to offer Crawford a second fight in year 2 of the agreement. So he was in the agreement. He was supposed to get 2 fights a year. In one of the years of the contract, he only got 1 fight. So so per the contract, they owe him a fight. I mean, he has these contracts. So I mean, it's not alleged.
That you read, I think, Beeps, everything that you just read is part of the contract. Like, we all know they got something called small print that lawyers happen to be real fucking scummy about, and they're not quoting, they're referring to the contract and taking sections, part of it. I don't think that's the whole thing right there.
He has the contract, Georgie. He has the contract, and he's telling you what was in the contract. So
if Bob, hold on a second, one question. So if Bob come out saying he got a contract and this is what's on the contract, we're gonna have to believe who?
I believe whatever's in the contract.
That's what I'm saying. So
I haven't been presented
the original one.
I haven't been presented any evidence to tell me that this contract is wrong what Terrence Crawford's saying. Do I believe what Terrence Crawford's saying with 100% certainty? I can't say that I do because I haven't read it. I'm only hearing one side of the story. But what I do believe, what I do believe is, in my opinion, I don't think that he would put this lawsuit forward if he did not have the information to back it up. Like a lawyer would tell him, we can't sue him for this because it's not written in the contract. He's had a legal representative look over the contracts and interpret the contracts for him.
Yeah, they feel secure on the position.
So they would not go through with the lawsuit if they did not feel they had the documentation to support their argument, is what I'm saying. I can't say one way or the other what's in the contracts. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
But he's saying he has what's called a 2018 agreement that says he's supposed to get 2 fights a year. He was promised the Spence fight, which he did not get. He was promised a $900,000 bonus if he was able to fight Spence, and Spence was able to fight him. He was coerced, and he believes he was coerced and misled into signing the Kavaluskas fight with the promise that he would get the Spence fight next. These are all his arguments, and he says he has documentation to prove that. So
he got coerced.
Well, if I say you sign this, and if you sign this, I'm going to get you that, and then when I sign it, you don't get me what you promised me. Is that, you don't think that's being misled?
Of course, but it's to the party to prove it. Bob just got to see what evidence he got.
Again, if the contract states what it says it states,
we're not gonna know.
How do you know? How do you know it doesn't though?
Because I don't know that he does. That's what Crawford saying.
Well, my stance on it is, why would he take this to court if he didn't have the contracts to back himself? Like, why his legal team would tell him, we can't win this case. We don't have the documentation to support what you're saying. Troy, go ahead.
Good morning. I'm hearing everything. How do I sound? I sound all right?
Sound perfect. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It just sounds like, both of you are just arguing over something that neither one of you could prove. But the
Yeah, I
facts
can't
are
prove
out
anything.
there.
I can't
Right,
prove
right,
anything.
but the facts are out there. You're a promoter, and you say to them, and you come out. This is a fact. You come out to the people and say, "Well, I can't promote him," but you never give a reason why. Then you go watch. Then if you go down Crawford's record, let's just deal with his fights at 147. He's stopped an undefeated champion. He stopped a two-time champion that's never been stopped, and he stopped every other contender that they put in front of him. Right? How are you not able to promote that? What's so hard about that?
That's
What's
my
so hard about
question.
that?
His job, he more
Where's the difficulty?
he more than earned, in my opinion, more than earned his purses because of his performance. I'll go one better. I'll go one better for you, Troy. And again, I apologize for repeating myself because I said this to you another time. He's got 9 straight knockouts, right? As a champion, right?
Not at 147 though.
No.
Yeah.
I'm talking about as a champion at 140, Troy, as well as 147, right? He's had 9 straight knockouts. He's won in dominating in like no other world champion out there, in my opinion, and I think I have strong evidence to prove it, has outperformed him as a fighter. Is that a fair statement to say? Like, name one other active champion out there right now, right, that has scored 9 knockouts in a row, that has won so emphatically and definitively, and just been as dominating as Terence Crawford has as a champion.
I can't name any. I can't. And if you look
I can't either. So he's getting paid to fight, right? And the other guy's getting paid, and the other side, which is Bob Arum and Top Rank, are getting paid to promote. So if his job is to fight the fights, your job as the promoter is to get him the fights. So he's not selling pay-per-views because you're not getting him the fights that would enable him to sell pay-per-views and propel him into superstardom. If you're blocking a Manny Pacquiao fight because you're concerned about a guy getting hurt, right? And if you're promising him that you can get him a Spence fight and you don't deliver on that, then you're failing him as a promoter. And then you come out towards the end of his contract, while he's under contract, when you know he's not going to re-sign with him, and then you go out there and smear his name intentionally like a jealous girlfriend. If I can't have him, nobody can, right? This girl was the most beautiful thing in the world when I was with her, but now that we're broken up, all of a sudden all this other shit comes out about her now because I'm not with her anymore.
You can say that about Crawford right now.
No, that's not correct. That's not correct.
Why not?
That's not correct.
Why not?
Because when Crawford was under contract with Top Rank, he never said anything bad about Top Rank.
But now that he left them, he's going for some money.
He's going for the money that he feels was owed to him. He was promised a 900 according to him, and he has the documentation according to him to prove it.
That's allegation.
Again, you can keep talking over me because you don't want to hear the truth.
In the last 5 minutes, I'd say 3 words. Rewind the tape. Last 5 minutes.
Doesn't matter.
Oh my God.
He has a contract saying that he's owed $900,000. He has a contract. He's saying that he's owed a fight. So why is he supposed to not get what he was owed? I don't understand why he can't do that. What is wrong? Why is he wrong in doing that? If Top Rank was promising him the Spence fight, and they were promising him the Manny Pacquiao fight, right? And then they blocked the Manny Pacquiao fight when Manny Pacquiao was under Top Rank, and then when Manny Pacquiao leaves Top Rank, then they try to make the Pacquiao fight because he's no longer under contract with them. So now they don't need him anymore. So who cares if his health doesn't matter after that, right? I mean, again, Top Rank is just.
I got a question, Beebs. I got a question. Now that you talk about health, do you think that the boxing world gonna have fatigue of these? Because this shit is getting so divided, so heated, that he may end up on some type of fatigue that not gonna help Crawford, not gonna help Bob, not gonna help boxing.
It doesn't. It has nothing to do with that, because when you go into a courtroom, the people are there to do a job. They're going to do the job, and I'm gonna tell you, if there's.
No, I'm talking about the fans, not the court system. I'm talking about the whole talk about the situation. If the fans themselves gonna be like, you know what, this is getting too much. I don't even want to talk about Bob. See Bob shit. I don't want to.
I don't believe that. I mean, some fans will, but I don't believe everyone will. No, everyone. You know what's so crazy? We hear people come on videos. We hear people tweet out tweets. Oh, why are we still talking about this? Well, why do you care that we're still talking about this? Apparently, you still care about it because you have, like, I'm not a fan of ballet. I don't make it a point to go out and tweet, you know, I don't like ballet. Ballet is this, that, and the third. It's just not my cup of tea. So I don't like ballet, so I don't talk about it. So again, you know, if you don't care about something, then why would people are going to continue to talk about it? And even the people that are saying they don't care about it, they do care about it because they're talking about it.
But you know? We haven't had a bone show like this on boxing since when?
This is unprecedented.
That's what I'm saying.
I've never seen a lawsuit like this.
But the divide is big, and you can't get like you can't. This is.
Well, in my opinion. I think they're going to settle out, and if they do settle out, and they do have to pay Crawford damages here, I think Crawford's going to win the case. I think he's going to. I think the fact that Top Rank's going to have to come out of pocket for Crawford. I think that, and here's the thing.
Right or wrong, that will minimize the damage to the brand. That's a fact.
That would minimize the damage to what brands?
Even that Bob is on the right or not, it's better for Bob definitely to settle. Yeah, you right about that.
Okay, and let me ask you. Let me use an example. And again, this is my opinion, and you can believe it or not believe it. Okay. So when Shakur Stevenson was calling out Oscar Valdez, he was calling him out for about 8 months to a year right now. Right? And he was being told, well, we'd rather have you fight Lomachenko, and we want Oscar Valdez to fight Navarrete. So Shakur Stevenson actually came out and was critical of Top Rank and saying how they favor the Hispanic fighters, how they're protecting Valdez, and they're not doing right by him. So it's on public record. So now that this lawsuit comes out, all of a sudden, what happened yesterday? We got the announcement for Oscar Valdez, Shakur Stevenson was made, but beforehand, they were going to have him fight Navarrete and Shakur Stevenson, who was a champion at 130, who was looking to unify and get a big fight with Valdez. He was told to move up to 135 and fight Lomachenko. Why? To benefit Lomachenko and not benefit him. So well, again, you got to let me burn here. These are gems. These are gems. So you don't think that this lawsuit may have had an impact on that? All of a sudden now Shakur Stevenson is getting that Oscar Valdez fight where before he wasn't going to get it. So you could say what you want about Crawford. You can question his motives. You can question everything if you want. But in my opinion, this lawsuit is going to be good for the fighter in the long run. Because of the element we're in right now, this cancel culture, how race is such a hot button issue, and how there's so much racial sensitivity in the world right now, right? Because there's so much racial sensitivity in the world right now, right?
I'm listening. Go ahead.
I think that this lawsuit's going to help boxers, not only black boxers but all boxers.
How's that?
Because it puts pressure on the promoters,
on the system, right,
to make these fights now. Because I just used the example of how so conveniently Shakur Stevenson, after calling out Oscar Valdez for 8 months to a year, who was told, no, we want to make Oscar Valdez fight Navarrete and you fight Lomachenko, instead of letting Shakur Stevenson get that unification, that big money unification fight with Valdez, which would strengthen his position at 130. He was being told, no, we'd rather put you at Lomachenko, and we want Valdez to fight Navarrete. and he came out and complained how he felt as though Arum was favoring the Hispanic fighters and not giving the black fighters the push that they deserve, whatever. So now this lawsuit comes out, and lo and behold, yesterday the fight gets announced that Valdez and Shakur Stevenson is going to be the next fight. It's going to happen. So I mean, and again, it's my opinion. I can't prove this, and you can disagree with me if you want. You don't think this lawsuit had any impact on that fight getting made?
I
think it did. But I think that's good. I think that in itself had a positive impact, but this lawsuit had a positive impact on the sport of boxing because of that. Now, again, my opinion, debatable. You can agree or disagree, but I think this lawsuit is going to hold the promoter's feet to the fighter. The promoter's feet to the fire, in my opinion.
Well, I don't think it's going to change anything overall until most boxers come to realize that boxing is not the business. It's the vehicle. It's the platform. You, the fighter, are the business. You could take away every boxer there is right now. Boxing will still exist, but no one will be fighting. The word boxing will still be out there, but no one will still be fighting.
These promoters have made their fortunes.
But hold on. Let me just say this.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Terry Norris sued Don King twice and won, and he won. What did that change? No one's ever beat Don King twice, ever. More or less.
Yeah, Tim Witherspoon beat him too. So you know what all this has proven is, to be perfectly honest with you, fighters, the market value for fighters has gone up because of these lawsuits, in my opinion. I think
actually fighters are getting paid less now. Less. They're not getting paid more.
Yeah, only the superstar getting paid more, but
I don't think fighters. I don't think
less.
Fighters are getting paid less.
On the bottom, they're getting paid a lot less.
I'm telling you as a fact. Lennox Lewis, when he went to fight Holyfield, hold on.
Yeah.
Holyfield said, "I got a $10 million flat rate for you. Take it or leave it." He took it because he wanted the shot at the title. Nowadays, you got Dillian Whyte over here arguing over $5 million at his shot.
Yeah.
For his, see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but meanwhile, Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder are pocketing 25-30 million apiece.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Mike Tyson was making 30 million back in the 90s.
Okay, but Troy, what was his opponents make? What was his opponent making?
Little or nothing. I don't know how much Peter McNeely made and all them.
I can tell you how much. Peter McNeely made 500,000. Bruce Seldon made $1 million. Frank Bruno made $2 million. $3 million.
I don't know those things.
Yeah, I know those things.
I don't know those things. All I know is this.
What I'm saying now is you're hearing statements like, let me finish. Tell me if I'm wrong. Have you ever heard back then, hearing the statement, "Oh, these fighters are getting overpaid now"?
Nobody cared about that. Nobody cared about that.
Now, what I'm saying is you're giving me a few examples. Now we have more fighters making millions of dollars. Before we only had a select few.
You have less.
I disagree. I still think there's still a disparity in the top fighters getting. There's not enough of the trickle down effect. But okay. I think the bubble has expanded a little bit.
But historically, heavyweights get paid more.
What bubble? I mean, because look at it from top to bottom. What I'm trying to tell you
is because of DAZN. Wait a minute. Because of DAZN, because of ESPN Plus, because of how boxing has become a global sport now, more so than it was back then. Before it was just a U.S. sport, and it wasn't as global as it was now.
That's not true.
Now we have. Well, you mostly heard about back in the day. Mostly it was the black and Hispanic.
Connected by always being around the world.
We never heard about guys like Lomachenko and Usyk and Klitschko back in the day. Now
Azuma Nelson.
Yeah,
and still one, and there's a lot of other fighters from different places.
No, not a lot. I think boxing. I think boxing. I think because of these. Wait a minute. I think because of these apps. right? And I think because of how boxing has become more global, we're seeing more Eastern European fighters become popular now. We're seeing more American fighters being able to watch UK fights now because of the zone, and we're seeing more fighters getting paid millions of dollars, where before, back in the day, there was only a handful. Now, does that mean there's still not a lot of fighters that aren't reaping the benefits? Yes, but like I said, I think the group has expanded. I think you're seeing more fighters get. That's why you're hearing the term. We never heard the term back in the day. Oh, these fighters are getting overpaid, because
nobody cared, because the curtain wasn't pulled back that much back then. The focus was the fight.
That could be part of it, but I just think now, because when you have a platform like DAZN giving Eddie Hearn $200 million a year and saying have at it. You're seeing guys like Devin Haney make back in the day. Devin Haney would not be making $3 million a fight. Back in the day, Teofimo Lopez would not be making $4 million for a fight. Lomachenko wouldn't be making $2 million, $3 million a fight. Tank Davis wouldn't be making. You wouldn't see that. Okay. You wouldn't see that. All you would see is the Mike Tysons, the Sugar Ray Leonards, the De La Hoyas. You wouldn't have lightweights making $3 million a fight.
Well, competition increased price.
That's what I'm saying.
When Al came, he came out with a big bag. He grabbed all these. If
Crawford was fighting.
So Bob was forced
to take Crawford was fighting back in the 90s. I don't know if he'd be getting $6 million a fight. I just think there's more money for the fighters in boxing now than there was back then. That's just my opinion.
No. Listen,
apps, the same stuff.
Because of the apps, because of the platforms. Because of the competition now, because there's more competition. Back in the day, all you had was Showtime and HBO.
There you go.
But now you have more.
You're looking
platforms.
at it the wrong way, B. You're looking at it the wrong way. There was more money because there was more fights that getting made that the fans wanted to see. Nowadays, there's less fights getting made that the fans wanted to see. So how in the world is there more money when you're not making the fights that the fans want to see?
Because
please explain that to me.
Because Devin Haney's getting $3 million a fight.
What does that have to do with the price of rice in China, B?
Because regardless
how is there more money if you're not giving the fans what they want?
Regardless if you think the fight,
if the future of the fight, the potential,
regardless if you think the fight is worth millions of dollars or not, and you like the fight, and you think it's a high profile fight, or you think it's a good fight. Regardless of that, these guys are getting paid anyway.
Take me out the equation. Overall, the people are not getting the fights they want to see. It's not me. It's not a me thing.
But that still does not mean the fighters aren't getting paid as a result of that.
Listen, these guys are getting paid less.
How does Terrence Crawford sign a long-term deal with Top Rank for like 3 years? And he's guaranteed a mandatory minimum of $3.5 million a fight, regardless of who he fights.
How that compare with Trinidad and
that would never happen, because back in the day, these guys would sign one or two fights.
How do you know?
Because Bob Arum and Doug King will tell you.
The
fighters will tell you that we only signed. Bob Arum told you.
How would they tell? How would they tell
Marvin Hagler never had a contract with Bob Arum. He operated on a handshake deal. Okay, Sugar Ray Leonard never had a long-term deal contract. None of these guys had long-term contracts or guaranteed minimums or mandatory minimums back in the day. These fighters are in a better place right now because they spoke up, because they fought back against. I disagree. I mean, I'm just showing you examples. I'm just showing you examples of how Terrence Crawford.
You're giving me opinions you can't prove.
No, I'm not. It's not. I just read you. I'm not giving you opinions.
How much
Top Rank? Terrence Crawford has a contract which is called the 2018 agreement.
That's a fact. This contract. But you're saying overall, these fighters now, you cannot prove that overall they're getting paid more. Terrence Crawford is just one one individual.
Devin
that's not
Haney,
an overall.
Terrence Crawford.
That's two.
Devin
that's
Haney,
two individuals.
Errol
That's
Spence,
not overall. That's
Gervonta
three.
Davis.
Again, that's not overall.
Canelo Alvarez, right?
My man, that is
Joe
not
Smith
overall.
Jr.
Those are
Joe
just
Smith Jr.
individuals.
What was Joe
When
Smith
you say
Jr.'s
something
first?
as overall, that's a blanket statement which covers everybody. And I'm telling you for a fact, nobody was asked these questions back in the day because they were fighting. So why the hell would the folk? Okay, listen. Here's the difference. This is the money era because there's no fights going on. Back with the days that you're talking about in the late 80s, early 90s, that was the fighting era because the fights were actually going on. So who gave a damn as a fan? Why would I give a damn about pay-per-views when I'm getting to watch Hearns Leonard and everybody else do their thing? Simon Brown, Tyrone Trice, and all these other things. That was on free friggin' TV. Breland and Aaron Davis, free TV. No. Yes, we know that, but I'm listing you some fights. Simon Brown, Tyrone Trice, free TV. Mark Breland, Aaron Davis, free TV. And there was a lot of other great fights on free TV, man.
I agree.
You understand? And then
but those
nobody,
guys,
why would I care? Even now at 50 as a fan, I don't give a damn about what you make. My focus is I come here, I watch you fight, and I entertain you. When you talk about guys like James Toney and Roy Jones and all that, you don't say to yourself, damn, he sure did make and lose a lot of money. You say, no, damn, those were great fighters because they had fights. When you talk about Floyd Mayweather, pay-per-view numbers.
When I say there's more, let me explain this to you. Let me explain this to you. When I say there's more money for the fighters now, it's because of the way the contracts are structured now, number one. And number two, there's more competition now because now there's more platforms. We were never able to watch the amount of fighters and the amount of fights. We never were able to see the amount of fights back then that we're able to see now. There was never 5 or 6 cards on one night. But again, they would only show one card on one day.
Tuesday night fights, Friday night fights.
Again, one card on one day. You could look on a Saturday or a Friday, right?
What are you talking about? One card? There were fights, plural, on Tuesday night and Friday.
You're not listening to me. Listen to what I am saying. You can have a fight on Showtime, ESPN, and DAZN all in the same day. You can have one weekend, you could have 8 fights, right? Now, you may not like all those cards. You may say this is trash. You can say all that, right? But you never had that amount of boxing that you have today back then. You just didn't have the amount of those amount of fights were not available to you because you didn't have DAZN. You didn't have ESPN Plus, right? You didn't have Fox. You have Fox Sports 1. You have ESPN Plus. You have the Fox Sports app. You have the Showtime app. You have Showtime now. You have Fox. You have ESPN. You have ESPN pay-per-view. You have Fox pay-per-view now. Like, there's just so many more platforms, and you're able to see so many more boxers now internationally that you weren't able to see. Now, in terms of the money, these guys did not have these long-term deals. Bob Arum would tell you, we never had long-term deals back in the day. I had a handshake deal with Hagler. I used to have like 1 or 2 fight deals with these guys. We never signed these guys to long-term deals. Guys never had long-term deals that guaranteed them mandatory minimums like they have now. These guys had a scratch and claw for every dollar they had. Now these guys can sign a contract and be promised a certain amount of fights every year, and they can be guaranteed a mandatory minimum, and their promoter has to pay it. It was never like that. So that's why I'm saying there's more money now for the boxers. Because as Georgie said, there's more competition. There's more competition now, and and you have these way these deals are structured differently now. I think more fighters are in better situations now because they have guaranteed contracts. right? It was never like that before. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Now your argument is, well, we don't know how much all these guys. Well, I'm going by what's reported. If it's not reported, then I can't talk about it. All I'm talking about is what was reported, right? I know fighters that were on those ABCs and those, Wild World of Sports, whatever, Iran Barkley and Roberto Duran, they weren't making what Terrence Crawford is making, right? They just weren't to fight on ABC. So, it is what it is. And we can debate all we want.
Yo, Beats, I got a question though. You know how they got like in certain laws, right? There's certain laws that if you don't act quickly, they got something called a statute of limitation. You can only can go so far back. So what happened on South Africa and Bob, is it legally?
Again,
it got married?
Again,
like there is no statute of limitation for.
Can I be honest with you?
So far back,
I'll be honest with you. That's open to interpretation. That could be that. I mean, can it be mentioned in the case? Sure, it can. Is everyone going to look at it the same way? Like, there are some people that say, well, that happened so long ago, doesn't matter to me. But to me, and Maestro, and a lot of other people that were in the chat, to me, it shows a pattern of behavior. And a pattern of behavior is evidence to show what the character of the person you are. So if you are a person who behaves in a certain way, has a history of saying certain things, that speaks to your character, in my opinion. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear this, and they think this is a false equivalency. But when you looked back at the Chauvin case, they showed a 10-year history of his actions. He has a history of people complaining about police brutality. So the argument, so are we going to say, oh, well, that has nothing to do with this case because that was someone else and not George Floyd? But it shows a pattern of behavior, right? Shows a pattern of behavior, which
without records, we don't have boxing. That's how we determine how boxers, how good they are. We analyze the record. So yeah, the record inside the ring count, and your record as a person outside the ring count. So yeah, record track definitely counts.
So there are people that are going to be people. There are going to be people that are going to say, right, that happened 70 years ago. Who cares? But here's the problem, Georgie. You have to look at the environment we're in right now. You got people pulling up tweets of people from 10 years ago and destroying their careers, destroying their lives, right? That's what you have. Now, again, I'm not here to tell people how to feel, how to act, how to interpret anything. But if you have me on that jury, you have Maestro on that jury, right? You have Tracy on that jury, right? There's going to be people that are going to feel the way I feel, right? There's going to be people that are going to feel the way I feel. Now, does that mean I'm right?
But you know what, B? As the court goes, right? If it's a jury, let's say of 12 people, you only need one guy to say no, and the jury's hang. They're going to have to go to court again.
But again, they don't have to prove racial bias. They have to prove breach of contract, right? They have to prove negligence, right? I mean, I've read the 6 things over to you. So it's not.
Yeah,
this is not.
They seem
it's
they
not
ought to be tied together with some type of racial bias.
That's not there. It's not a prejudicial case. Here's the complaints.
Right. No, I know, baby. We don't have to go through it. I know.
So fraudulent misrepresentation and negligent misrepresentation. Here's the fraudulent misrepresentation, in my opinion. If you're telling a guy to sign a contract with a specific fighter on the promise that if you sign this contract, I can get you a fight with another fighter, and you don't do that, then I think that's fraudulent misrepresentation, in my opinion, right? Negligent misrepresentation is if I have you under contract and you are basically trashing me right? And you're defaming me while I'm under contract, right? I think you're negligent. You're negligently representing me because it's your job to promote me. It's not your job to trash me. So now, if they all those comments that he said, that to me proves and supports that he was negligently represented. Because if you're promoting me, you shouldn't be doing those things to me. You could say,
when
well,
the
that's
proceedings gonna start, Beeps?
I don't know.
Is it this month, couple months?
I don't know. I have to do the research on that. So
I can't wait.
I'm gonna give you some bad news. I'm hearing that Canelo may be fighting Usman next.
Wow.
In a celebrity fight.
Celebrity?
Or yeah.
No belt, no nothing?
Nope.
What? Yeah, that's bad news.
Again, we already went over this why resign. Because he was offered a big amount of money to resign. So he's saying to himself, if Bob Arum is going to invest in me, right, then I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. If he's willing to invest in me, right, then maybe he's going to go to bat for me and he's going to promote me. He's going to push me now. Maybe he's going to step it up and get me these fights that he promised to get me. So my counter argument to that is, if he's losing money, then why offer him another deal? If he's
that was my question.
If he's such a bad risk, then why re-sign him? I mean, why is everyone so quick to just to give Bob Arum the benefit of the doubt in Top Rank?
And that's the lawsuit right there, Beeb. You know, that's the lawsuit right there. That's the same thing they're gonna ask in court. If he was losing you money, why did you resign him?
He was losing you money, then why'd you resign him?
Why you sign him?
Why did you give him such a high guaranteed minimum if he was such?
Thank you.
So
thank you.
But
it's gonna prove incompetence.
Hold on a second, guys. I just got this question. If they ask Crawford, he's talking about you and you resign, they turn the same question towards Crawford. Well,
but you're fucking up you're fucking up the timeline. He never. I keep telling you this, and I don't know why this doesn't sink in. You don't find it convenient that he didn't start talking shit about him until the last year of his contract, when he knew he wasn't going to re-sign with them. You don't find that convenient? You don't think that's kind of a piece of shit thing to do to somebody?
Crawford knew before his contract was over that Bob was talking shit about him.
So what does that mean, Georgie?
That he signed again knowing that Bob was talking shit about him.
Again, I just don't understand how you can't grasp this. He didn't start talking shit about him until the last year of his contract. And when he knew he wasn't going to re-sign.
Okay.
So that you don't see that, like, how convenient that was for him to do that? You don't see a pattern here?
And that should tell you that he knows how to promote, but he knows how to promote in a negative way. He actually knows how to anti-promote.
I don't understand.
You see what he did right? You see what Bob did right there, right?
I don't understand how people I don't understand how people are giving this guy a pass, bro. Like, what he did, in my opinion, was a fucking shit thing to do. All Crawford did was ask to be paid what he was contracted to be paid. That's all. He did his job. He had 9 knockouts in a row. He's the most dominating champion, in my opinion. And I have a lot. I mean, it's my opinion, but I think I have a lot of proof to support my argument that he's the most dominating champion in the sport of boxing right now. 9 knockouts in a row. It's not official. No, it's not. But it's looking like it's going to get done.
Let me say this before I jump off here. The only reason why this contract thing is even a topic of discussion is because there's no fights going on. Seriously, if we had fights that were scheduled and we were talking, we could talk about. Nobody would be talking about this contract.
Yeah, I'd still be talking about it. I'd still be.
No, you would, but overall, why would you talk about a contract dispute when you have a bunch of mega fights coming up? It would probably be something discussed in passing, but it wouldn't be the headliner.
People would be talking about it.
Listen.
They'd be talking about it less.
Okay, no, but just hear me out.
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, great.
People would be talking about it less if there was other things to talk about. I agree with that.
Yeah, of course, because there's nothing to talk about. I mean, what we supposed to talk about? That great heavyweight card we had with Charles Martin and Luis Ortiz. Oh wow, amazing.
Yeah.
What was that? I mean, what's the next big fight coming up, man? Go ahead. I'm giving you the Jeopardy time. Come
on. We got some good.
Exactly.
We got some good
season.
We got some good fights coming up, but not really. We don't have like Joshua Usyk rematch.
Nothing
April.
Sexy out there.
The Shakur Stevenson, Oscar Valdez fight.
That's a talk that they're talking. It's talking. It's not.
No, that's
not a solid fight.
It's going to be. They're saying it's going to be finalized. They're saying.
Okay, it's not finalized till you hear
it's
that.
Not.
Ring.
It's not. Yeah. It's not. It hasn't. There's no date yet. There's no official date.
This would be great. I tell you what. If right now you get something popped across your screen that says that White and Fury are going to fight, then we could talk about that. This would be great if you get something popped across your screen. Cambosis and Haney signed to fight. Boom. We wouldn't be talking about this.
I think we got the verse though, like another 30 days less.
Josh Taylor and Teofimo are going to fight sometime in they got a date, and let's say they fight in August. They signed the contract and everything. Those are the things that would knock this out of people's minds. Now, what is your name, brother? I can't pronounce. Porgy? How you say your name? Porgy?
Porgy, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Do me a favor. Can you say the line from Scarface? Let me introduce you to my, because I just love your accent. But I'm going, man. I got to go to work. I have a blessed day, man.
You too, Troy.
All right.
Okay, so it was brought to my attention. Someone said to me that Arthur Beterbiev has more knockouts in a row than Terence Crawford. And he has 17 wins and 17 knockouts. But
wow, I forgot about that shit too.
Yeah, I forgot about that. But let me see how many of those were as champion. Not just I said as champion. Okay? So we're not going to count the fights that he wasn't champion. We're going to count the fights as champion. So he became champion. He became champion in 2017.
What belt?
The IBF International Boxing Federation.
Right, so we count that. We count international too?
Yeah, that's the IBF. The IBF is a major title. So 2017, he became champion. So let's count the knockouts. I said as champion. So let's count Beterbiev's knockouts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So as champion, Beterbiev has 6 knockouts in a row. Bud has 9 knockouts in a row as champion. Okay? So not to discredit what Beterbiev has done, but I'm saying as champion, name another champion that has more than 9 defenses that are all knockouts. That's what I said, correct, Georgie?
Yeah.
I said name another champion that has had 9 knockouts in a row.
Maybe they counted one of those little bells. Maybe that's what it is. They counted one of those little bells.
Well, I'm saying name another world champion that has defended his title and scored 9 knockouts in a row. That's what I meant. And I'm not discrediting what Beterbiev has done. he could very well knock out the rest of his. He can make 10 more defenses and get 10 more knockouts. I'm not saying that he couldn't, but he has as champion, right? Let me double check again. Recount it. As champion, he had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 knockouts in a row. And you're looking at guys like, if everyone wants to criticize Crawford's resume, but you're looking at a guy like Arum, Dinius, Radjoev, Kalagzig, Callum Johnson's a decent fighter, and Enrique Koeniag. That's where he won the vacant title off that guy. So these are guys that really no one knows. So again, so as champion, he's got 6 knockouts in a row, and Crawford as champion has 9 knockouts in a row. So no other champion has done what Crawford has done. So I don't, and plus, with all due respect, there's a lot of nondescript names on this resume of Artur Beterbiev. Now he's got a great win over Vosdick, which is a phenomenal win. Marcus Brown's is a good win. Callum Johnson's a good win. But outside of that, there's not a shit ton of names on Beterbiev's record, which is a decent, it's a good resume, solid resume. So it is what it is. All right, Georgie, I think we kind of burned long enough on this topic,
you sure
man.
Did, buddy. You sure.
Nice to have you back.
Hey, everybody out there, support the channel.
I feel like I'm swaying you a little bit.
Week, baby.
I feel like I'm swaying you a little bit. Have I changed your perception? Have I changed your perception on this a little bit or no?
Well, to me, you got to be fair on both sides. And really, if you analyze the whole thing, I think that, yes, Crawford being discriminated. Racially, I don't think so. I think he stood for the money and like the contract right now, whatever, and he's doing his thing, suing him. But me taking Crawford's side, I don't know, because there's so many things out there. Everything he's alleged. I don't know the contract. I haven't seen the original shit.
Yeah.
So
what I'm hearing
about Crawford and
what I'm hearing is what I'm hearing for Canelo is he's going to fight either one of the Paul brothers or Usman, and it's looking more in favor of Usman. He's going to be fighting Usman, the UFC fighter, next. It's looking that way. So
it is what it is. All right, Beebs. Have a good one, brother.
I'll talk to you, brother.